All right, guys, we did it. We made it. We're at day 2. I'm seeing so much excitement in the chat. I'm super stoked today. Today is the most exciting day. We get to finally see the strategy put into play. We get to learn it. I'm seeing an odd amount of Ohio viewers today. And I don't know if I'm just seeing it because before we started today's session, I listened to Ohio is for Lovers. But I am curious, where is everybody coming from? Let me get an idea. I saw some people coming from the UK, so I know you're about 6-7 hours ahead of us, or ahead of me. We've got a lot of Ohio. I'm loving it, dude. I'm here for I don't know what we call you, the Ohioans, the Ohioans. Okay, all right. We got some San Diego. We got some UK. Nottingham, not to be confused with Nottingham. All right, get excited, guys. We got 8,000 people here ready to learn. 8,000 people ready to learn a new skill or a new strategy or is coming back to trading and looking for some clarity. Before we get started, I want to preface yesterday's session really quick and talk about how important it was. Why did we need to go over the information we did yesterday? And we'll get started on some slides, and I have a slide that says I'm going to be going over my notes, but I'm just going to do it now. I'll skip over that slide when we get there. But I've got some notes today for us. Ooh, don't mind me. Actually, before we start, I have a pre-note here. Catherine, the nail tech. I don't know if you're watching right now, but y'all need to get on Catherine's level. I got to see if you're in the chat, Catherine. So we got Catherine, the nail tech, here watching right now. She has 5 other, I don't know if it's 5 other girly pops or 5 other friends. She got a group of 5 learning today. She has recruited. She's like, if I'm doing it, you guys are doing it too. She has made sure that she's got 5 of her friends watching and learning today with her. It's like a little accountability group. If you guys want to get on Catherine's level, I want us to this is a one-time thing. Like this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to learn together this system and this strategy in the time that we have now, the 3 days, 2 more days that we have now. So if you have friends that have been trying to learn, I mean, we got our day cut out for us today. Today we're taking the full time, the full schedule here. If you can, share this link with somebody who has wanted to learn how to trade. Maybe you've mentioned it. Maybe you've talked about it. Maybe it's just your entrepreneur friend and you're like, okay, listen, we have all these cool ideas, but let's try this one. See if they can learn here today. Okay, we got somebody here with their sister. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we got somebody that recruited 2 of their friends. This is the moment. Get somebody to hold you accountable so that you can bounce ideas off with. You can see, did this make sense to you? Did this make sense to you? I understood this, but maybe I didn't understand that. So invite a friend. This is crucial. Share this with somebody. Send it as a text message. Share it on your story. Share it on your socials. Get on Catherine's level. Get your group of 5 and come learn today. I've got my entire group. I've got my nail tech. I've got my lash artist, my hairstylist. I've got my sister's neighbor, my other sister. I've recruited my 5 here today. So make sure to share this as we're getting through today. We've got an immense amount of value today and also information. So what I also would like for you guys to do before we get started is make sure that you have your notes as well. We're going to start with information. I'd say terms that we need to be learning, some terms that we need to memorize, psychology. So we're going to start with notes first and information first. So you guys can write down, this is the definition of this, or this is really important. I need to write this one down before we actually get into the chart implementation and actually placing our first live trade today, our first trade live. We will get into, it's not live trade, it is sim trade. So we will be fake money trading today for all of the newbies here. But super excited. So make sure to share this story with your friends, recruit your 5 people here. And then I want to get into the importance of yesterday's session. And essentially yesterday was an overview of one, just showcasing the strategy. I needed to show you guys that the strategy works, that I have implemented the strategy, that I've had my sister implement the strategy, that I've had thousands of viewers, students also implement this strategy and see success. So I needed to showcase it. I needed to show broker statements. I needed to show trades that I had placed before because I needed you guys to actually believe it. If you don't believe the system can work, nothing from today is going to help you. Nothing from today. If you don't believe that this system has data behind it, has stats behind it, has fact behind it, nothing from today is going to matter. So I had to showcase the strategy as much as I possibly could so that you guys could understand, oh, this strategy is real. This has information. This has data behind it. This has actual real life people implementing this strategy. So I needed you guys to believe and understand the strategy. If I did not believe the strategy when I was learning, as soon as it didn't work for me, as soon as I started losing money, do you know how easy it would be for me to just completely move on? Done. If I didn't believe in the system and I started experiencing losses, it was getting too hard, I would have left the strategy. I would have probably left trading or maybe gone to another strategy. So this is where I needed yesterday to be so impactful. It's 11:11, by the way. Make a wish. I needed the system to be okay, I had to make a wish too. I needed the system to be so impactful and so believable that when we come into today, that's not even an issue. So when it gets a little bit hard, you're like, it's okay. I've seen it done. I've seen other people do it. I've seen Tori do it. I've seen Tori's uncle do it. I've seen Tori's sister do it. I've seen her followers do it. I've seen her students do it. When it gets hard, we need to go back to that and be like, it can be done. So that's not the issue here. The next point that I have here, if I didn't believe in my mentor, I wouldn't have taken him seriously. If you guys didn't believe in me, nothing that we go over today is going to matter. Nothing that we go over today, you're going to believe. So I needed to show broker statements. I needed to show what I've done in my trading, the numbers that I've been able to build, the trades that I've been able to get, the beginning trades, the $300 trades, the $50,000 trades. If you guys didn't trust me as a mentor, nothing we go over today is going to matter. So yes, exactly, Taylor, credibility is important. Anytime you guys hear sirens, you hear them now? Go ahead. This is going to be a fun game today. If you hear sirens, drop a siren emoji in the chat just to really poke fun of it because I live next to a place where there's just a lot of sirens going by. Anyways, we're going to continue to move on here. If I did not believe in my mentor, this would have happened. Things would have gotten hard. Excuse me. Things would have gotten hard. And let's say that I'm taking some losses. Do you know how easy it would have been for me to blame my uncle, my mentor, if I didn't believe him? If I didn't really think he was teaching me what he actually knows and what he actually does, when it got hard for me, I would have blamed him. I would have been like, no, you're not telling the truth. You're not actually showing me what you do. So if I didn't believe in my mentor, I wouldn't have pushed through with the strategy when it got hard. So that was another point that I needed to make on yesterday's session, that I need to showcase myself, my credibility, so that you guys, when it gets hard, you're not going to blame me. You're not going to think Tori's not actually showing you something. Just think, if I had blamed my uncle, how ironic would that have been? He's showing his niece. Why would he want to see his niece fail? No, it was very easy for me to trust my uncle because this is a family member. He actually wanted to see me succeed. So I trust wholeheartedly everything he was teaching me. So we've got to channel that same kind of relationship. I don't want to see any of you guys fail. I want to give you guys as much information as I possibly can. I'm here to spread the good word on trading. So if we can build that same relationship, that's going to help you when times get tough. When it starts to get a little bit hard and you're taking some losses and you're not seeing the progress, I don't want you guys to blame me. I want you guys to continue to push through and know that there are hard times. I've seen it done. I've seen Tori do it. So this is where we've got to believe in the mentor. So believe in the system, believe in the mentor. And then the third thing was believe in yourself. That was one of the biggest points on yesterday's session. If you don't believe you can do it, don't even join today because this information will be useless. If you don't believe that you can actually do this, you're not going to make it. You have got to have a little bit, not even delusional. I made it very easy for you guys because this is such an easy system. I showed you that you didn't have to fit this box. You didn't have to fit this criteria. You didn't need these credentials. You didn't need these prerequisites. I love coming up with all these fun little, you didn't need any of that. I used myself as an example. I used my sister as an example, my students. You guys saw testimonials, case studies. You guys have seen people on YouTube just implement what I'm saying, not even students. So you guys have seen it done everywhere. Every type of person, every different type of person in every different situation, every different scenario and different journeys in their life. So you need to believe that you can do it. Those were the biggest points on yesterday's session. Today is going to mean nothing if you don't have yesterday's information locked in. How many of you guys are locked in? You believe the system, you believe the mentor, you believe in yourself. Type in I believe. I believe. There is a little bit of a lag in the chat, so I'm going to just sit here awkwardly until I start seeing some of the chats. There we go. There we go. We got Juan Sanchez. I believe. I feel like we're at church today. Justin, I believe. Gabriella. There we go. Raphael. Okay, so with that being said, are we ready to get started? Here we go. I'm going to do my handy little shortcut here, which I'm going to be honest, I forgot. We got it. It's Shift 8. Nope, Shift 1. Beautiful. Here we go. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Trader in 3 Days Challenge, Day 2. So excited for today, guys. So excited for today. All right, now, I already went over this part, so we're going to skip it. I just wanted to share my notes with you guys. The I believe is so important. You got to believe in the system. You got to believe in the mentor, and you got to believe in yourself. Let's continue. Now, we're going to do a quick recap of what today's session is for, what the 3 days are for, just to really bring it all together here. By the end of these 3 days, which technically now into these 2 more days, you will have the confidence, actually, to be honest, at the end of 2 days, you will have the confidence to place your first trade. So excited. You will have the exact system that you can rely on for years to come in trading. Remember how we showcased the trade back in like 2022 and the trade this year, $300, $3,000, same strategy. It can be done. It can be implemented for years to come. The exact blueprint that I have used to consistently make money in trading. Remember, my goal here is to help you build confidence behind every trade you take. I want to see you guys succeed. I have no ulterior motive. I want to see you guys win. I want to see you guys implement it. To be honest, I actually have a vendetta for some of the people in the industry to where I want to see so many people succeed with this system. Just to prove it, just to be like, ha, look at all these people doing it. So maybe I do have a little bit of an ulterior motive. Now, who does this system work for? This is going back to the I believe I can do this. Beginners who have never opened a chart. After everything we've gone over yesterday, do you believe you can do this? The beginners who have never opened a chart. The traders who want one repeatable setup. Maybe you already trade. I got to get rid of this pen. I'm going to get too crazy. I'm going to keep pointing. The traders who want one repeatable setup. How many of you guys believe that you can do this? You're already a trader. Maybe there's just been too much information. Full-time employees, students, parents. I know all of you guys are watching. I know we got the employees watching, the full-timers. I know we've got the crazy hours that you're working. I know we've got the students who are trying to still figure out what they want to do in life. And I know we've got the parents who are juggling a family, balancing a family, or surviving a family. I know my sister's watching right now. Do you believe you can do this? Anyone who has maybe tried this before and felt overwhelmed or inconsistent, do you believe you can come back? And then last is visual learners who just, they need to see it done, they need to watch it done, and they need step-by-step examples, which we're going to go through today. I'm so excited for the visual learners because this is made for you. Now, why should you bother listening to me? We're going to just go back through just to really put the cherry on the cake or sundae here. Here's the proof again. And if you guys need to do any research, I urge you, no, I insist, whatever word I'm looking for here. I think it's a very healthy thing to do. One, to have healthy skepticism. If you guys have read the Fifth Agreements, the Fifth Agreement, healthy skepticism. It's okay. That's fair. I mean, the industry we're in nowadays, it's tricky. Do your research. Make sure that someone has credentials. They've got proof. They're backing up what they're saying. I love it. Do it. To be honest, there's not many people that can. So I love that. That is my flex here. This is a broker statement. Obviously, this is a slideshow. Sure, could things be photoshopped? Are you going to have to take my word for it? Yeah. Do you want to go back and find this exact broker statement and exact trade or exact year review on my YouTube channel? It's there, so you can go find it. In 2023, I turned $20K into $100,000. Give me just a moment. Got to kick someone out really quick. Some chat, can you make sure that we are removing anybody that doesn't need to be here? In 2024, I made $200,000, turning 100K into 300K. These are also the same broker statements here and the TradeZella stats. This is 2024. So we've got 2023, we got 2024. This year, I have made $300,000 already. $300,000 already. So these are the credentials. This is I know it is a little bit blurry here, but you guys can go back. Don't spend your time today. Put it on the checklist to go back and see my 2022 year in review, my 2023 year in review, 2024 year review. And then I believe I've already got this one too. This is a screenshot of the video that you can go back and watch. All right, today we're going to unravel the system. Here we go. Give me just a moment. All right. We got to make sure we got the notes ready to go. This is it. The 3-step system. The system that I have used and have been using to turn my $5,000 into $500,000 in trading. Now, I want to make something very clear from the start. Trading is not about getting rich overnight. Do we understand this? Can I get a yes in the chat to make sure we are understanding? I'll wait for the lag. Okay, here we go. Understood. Everyone's got it. This is about building skills, discipline, a system that can serve you for years to come. I love this little graphic here. I believe we are in full-on football season. So for those fans out there, I couldn't even tell you what teams these are. I'm going to say that's probably the Rams, maybe. I don't know who the other guy is. But this is exactly why we're going to tackle the system together. The 3-step system. We're going over it today. At the end of this episode, you're going to know how to place your first trade. This is paper trade, demo trade. Understand what the difference... Understand what are the different opportunities in trading and how you can scale what you've learned and make money from it. 3-step system. Do you guys remember? How did we start? Training, testing, tracking. What are the 3 systems? Go ahead and write it down. What are the 3-step systems that we're going over today? Just to make sure you guys are following along. Training, testing, tracking. Write it in the chat. I don't see it yet. Wait for it. There we go. Cody's got it. Joy's got it. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with psychology. This is where we need to start. We've got to understand how we are. We've got to understand how we want to think about the markets first before we actually get into the trading itself. Then we'll go over strategy. So psychology first, strategy second. Now, before we move into, this is right here. This is the first section or the first part of psychology. Okay, before we get started in psychology, I want you guys to go ahead and get comfortable, get a water, get your notes ready, and then think about this question. We're going to take a quick break. It'll be just a moment. Give me just a second. I'm going to go grab a water as well. Take a quick bathroom break because we're getting right into this. So everyone, make sure that you've got your trading view set up. You've got your notes here. You got a water. We're ready to get going. So give me just a moment and we'll be right back. All right. And are we muted? Are we good? Are we back? Are we ready to roll? Let me check in the chat. Are we good? Are we back? Does everyone have everything they need? It's time. Let's go. Let's get it. Psychology, consider this like part one. So now that you guys have thought about this number, if you had to guess, how many traders do you think actually lose their capital? And we're talking about percentage wise. So if we're talking percentages, what percentage do you think of traders lose their money? We got a few different answers here. We got 99. We got a 99%. We got an 80. Someone said 100%. Nope. What would that make me? We got an 80, a 80, a 98. Okay. All right. Fair answers here. Recent statistics, and I even made sure to look this up all the way up until last night to make sure that this is still the same in case numbers changed. 80% on average of traders lose their capital. 80%. Let's keep this in mind here. In some regions, it's 90%. Now, this is regions like different parts of the world, different countries, specifically retail traders or specifically retail day traders. So 80 to 90% of people. Let's just think about this for a moment. Now, one thing that I wasn't able to find based on the statistics was how many of these numbers or how many of these people actually went into trading with a system or a strategy. This is the interesting part here. This is the hard part. It's not a fair number. It's not a fair advantage to see, okay, yes, I understand that 80 to 90% of people will go into the markets and lose their money. But how many of those were just people throwing money to see? Gamblers, people coming in with no system, no strategy. The number that's most important to me would be how I want to see an accurate number. Now, this is what we don't have, but this would be incredibly helpful. How many traders that came in with a system, with structure, how many of those specific traders actually lose their money in the markets? That would be the number that I'd be fascinated to see. That is the unsure. We don't have that statistic. So we're just basing it off of everyone. We get lumped into the entire sum here. I'm curious how many of you guys have heard of the 90-90-90 rule? 90-90-90. If you have, drop it in the chat. What is the 90-90-90 rule? Chandler has not heard of it. That's okay, Chandler. You're about to find out. This is part of strategy, so bear with me, everyone. 90-90-90. Okay, so nobody has, or at least not many people. That's okay. This has been a phrase or a term thrown around in the industry. Oh, okay, someone had it. Pizza something or other. They dropped it in there. So this is what it is. 90% of traders lose 90% of their capital in 90 days. That's the 90-90-90 rule that everyone in the industry kind of just throws around. I did do my research. This is not accurate. It seems pretty fair. I mean, it seems right. You're like, yeah, dude, I see so many people do it. It's actually not accurate. It's close, sure. The percentage is close. The percentage of their capital also vague, and the amount of 90 days. It seems like the right thing, but I will say that there's not much weight behind the actual statistic itself. But this has been thrown around in the industry. If you haven't heard it, amazing, because it's actually not true. Now, I'm not sharing all of this to scare you guys. I just need you to know this now. This is just the first part that we have to start. We have to understand the industry as a whole, everyone that comes in. Okay, 80 to 90% of them lose their capital. Good to know. I need to be fully aware of what I'm getting myself into here. But this is also going to help with psychology. Now, if you guys are here today and you have understood that stat, that 80 to 90% of traders will lose their capital, what makes you guys think that you're going to be part of that 10 to 20%? Or do you think you can be part of that 10 to 20%? And if you're here right now, you better. We went over a lot of information yesterday telling you guys, I believe I can do it. So we need to make sure that we believe we can be part of that 20 to 10%. We can be the 20 to 10% of profitable traders. So we got to know. There we go. Trading with Trisha. She's on it. She's got it. But we need to know that many people fail, that they do. We just need to know that statistic coming into it. But the cool part, and I'm not telling you guys to scare you, I want to spark some curiosity. I want to dissect that giant group of people that come into the industry and lose their money. Let's actually pick it apart. Let's dissect it. Let's figure out what they do and then do the opposite. You would think that seems like the easy way out here. Okay, if I want to be part of the 10 to 20%, I just need to figure out what the heck the 80% are doing and not do what they're doing. So this is kind of the psychology. This is where we're going to start. We want to dissect, what do these losers do? What can we do differently to get us closer to that 10 to 20%? And we got a lot of answers here, thinking, okay, what do they do? Is it revenge trading? Is it over leveraging? So we got to understand, what do they do so that we can dissect it and do the opposite here. Most traders lose their capital. And if that's true, what should be the first thing we focus on? What's the first thing that we should focus on here? Okay. Someone says emotions. Steven says risk management. Let's take it very literally. If most traders lose their capital, we should be focusing on keeping our capital. There we go, Carlos. That's what I'm talking about. That's it. So number one focus here, if you haven't written this down, write it down as big as you can, top of the screen or top of the page here. Keeping our capital is our absolute literal number one rule. If we can just focus on keeping our capital, because most people lose it, this is the first step. This is first step to psychology. Okay, got it. Number one focus, keeping our capital. Understood. Point blank, period. Always and forever. In case you really didn't get that, I'm giving you guys time to write this down. Okay, now you guys might have already written down your goals from yesterday. And we kind of did an exercise where we were imagining ourselves 90 days from now. But I am curious, how many of you guys want to start making money right now? You are ready to rip and roll. You're ready to start making money right now. Okay, Annie's ready. I wish I could see the next slide to make sure I'm not giving it away yet. There we go. Okay, so you can type a 1 or say me. Everybody's ready to make money. Ooh, I see a few little comments in here. Everybody's ready to start making money right now, but I'm going to tell you that was a trick question. Remember, that's not the goal yet. It's absolutely the goal, but not just yet. Remember whenever I said yesterday, there's so much information, but about 90% of the information online is misleading because it's not what you need to know right now. The making money is amazing. Yeah, that's why you're here. That's why everybody wants to learn how to trade, but that is not the goal yet. But I get it. That's fair because everyone wants to do that. It's not the goal yet. And I know it sounds counterintuitive because you're thinking, okay, but I'm literally here to make money, or it's counterproductive. But we are here to keep our capital. That's the first thing. Making money will be a byproduct. So first goal is keeping our capital. And the reason why I am removing the make money goal right up front is because that's what everybody does. So remember, we're trying to do the opposite of what the masses do. We're trying to do the opposite of the 80%, of the 90%. 80 to 90% of people come into trading because they want to make money right now. So if that's their mindset, we want to run in the opposite direction. We want to run in the literal opposite direction. Okay, that's what they all want to do. That's their goal when they come into trading. So we're actually just going to focus on keeping what we got, because that's what everyone does. So remember, we're just trying to kind of reverse engineer what the losers do. Everyone wants to make money. Everyone wants to go live immediately. Everyone wants to start making that $50,000 trade. But we are not going live. We're going sim. So fun. I know some of the experienced traders here are like, oh, come on, I've been trading for so long. We're going sim because our first priority is to keep our capital. We're going to get our mind right. We're going to get the reps in. And we're going to focus on keeping our capital. Okay, this part's fun. Now I'm going to throw a bunch of analogies at you guys. I'm sure you guys know who this is. We're talking psychology, so I want us to be able to come up with some analogies so that we can relate it back whenever we're actually in the markets. When we are finding ourselves in a position, how do we want to think about the markets? How do we want to think about the movement? And if we can relay it back to analogies, it worked for me. So I'm going to relay this information to you guys. I think it's going to be incredibly helpful. The way that you see the markets, the way that you see price action, the way that you see losses is all going to come back to these analogies. So we're going to be using a few Game of Thrones analogies here. I will say we're going to make sure that we're talking about the first Game of Thrones, and we're not even going to mention the ending of it. I know some of you guys already did. We're going to stay nostalgic here. We're not talking about House of Dragons, Game of Thrones. Here we go. Now, most of the beginning of Game of Thrones was a series of battles. Lots of battles. I'm talking every single episode, every single season was just battles. I don't know if you guys remember. This is like really, we got a channel like this was 3 or 4 years ago maybe. If we can just get into battle and get out, and we haven't died or became a White Walker, then we're doing better than most. So let's make sure we're following the analogy here. All we want to do is go into battle, go out, and still be alive. Amazing. Because most people, remember, most people get into the market and they lose their money. They die. They are no longer a character on Game of Thrones. We want to get in and get out and still be alive. So this is exactly how we have to think about the markets. And another thing I want you guys to think about is, since it's like a battle, it's not meant to be, it's not a theme park. It's not somewhere where you get to go in and have fun and leave. The markets are more like a battle. So we also have to think about the markets being kind of like a carnival game. They're rigged ever so slightly. If that many people lose, it's got to be rigged in some way, shape, or form. Now, this is just our way of thinking. This is psychology. So don't bring fact to this or take it too literally. This is just the way we need to position our thinking when we come into trading. So we got to already be prepared that, all right, so the markets are kind of like a fair game. Now, have you noticed that most of the people at the fair, the workers, they know how to play the system. They know how to knock that bottle down. They know how to hit whatever bullseye because they know that it is rigged. They know that this is a little bit too heavy, so you have to throw it this hard. So we're going to try to kind of embody being a fairground worker so that we know how the carnival games work. Already went over that one. So we got to understand, all right, it's a battle, carnival game. It's designed to take your money. I know this is all like, it seems intimidating, and this is not my point in this part of the section or this part of psychology. I just need us to get the right headspace. It's not to scare you. I don't want you to be too nervous to take your first trade. I just want you to be prepared. Now, we know that the market is a battlefield. We've already talked about the Game of Thrones analogies here. We need to get in and we need to get out alive. And that just means with our capital. We want to be able to place a trade, enter a trade, close a trade with our capital still intact. First and foremost. Now, I know you guys are thinking that quick profits, and this is just going to go back to the thinking of the vast majority. You want the quick profits. You want to be able to make money, but that's just what everyone does. They want quick money. They want this one single trade to work out. They have so much pressure on this one trade. And they want to immediately start making money in the markets. So we're not trading just for right now, this one singular trade. So everything that we're learning now, our way of thinking, our psychology, and the system that we're going to learn today is to help us in the future, to continue to build. This, remember the trade that I showed you that was a $300 trade, the 300 all the way to the 50,000. I'm trading for the future. I'm trading to still be in the game long term. I don't want to make one great trade and then never again be able to do that. Never again be able to make money in the markets. Never again to be consistent or to repeat it. I don't want to be the one-hit wonder. We're trading for financial freedom, and we're trading for the long run. Whenever the doubt creeps in, which it will, We've got to remember, we got to make that why much bigger than the doubt. We got to make the why much bigger than the fear. If you find yourself going on tilt, we always got to come back to this. Keeping our capital. Number one goal here. Okay, now this is another fun analogy. This is an analogy that my uncle taught me here. My mentor taught me. How many of you guys have not had lunch yet? I am one of those. I haven't. I do have some snacks next to me, though. When we took a break, I've got water now. I got an energy drink. I got some little energy balls. We got some snacks. We're good to go. We got another analogy coming at you. 0 for empty belly. No lunch. Okay, well, for those of you guys that have not had lunch, do you know what you're going to have or what you're going to make? I'm going to find somebody as an example here. I got to wait for the chat. Give me a moment. I'm going to find someone to use as our analogy. Tyler, we can't use trend lines as our snack. All right, waiting for it. There we go. Okay, we're going to use Cyberfrost. Cyberfrost, yes. Cyberfrost is having pizza for lunch today. Okay, so it says Mark. We're going to use Cyberfrost as our example today. So Cyberfrost is making pizza. Beautiful, delicious, yummy. Let's say that Cyberfrost, I'm going to tell you right now, and this is also only for example purposes, I'm going to say that there's going to be a fire when you make your pizza today. Now, I know that sounds terrifying. This is just for example purposes. Shouldn't be saying this, but this is such a good analogy, so just bear with me here. Cyberfrost, there's going to be fire, so you better prepare. So if I told Cyberfrost that there's going to be a fire when he makes pizza today, what do you think he's going to do? He's probably going to go make sure he's got a fire extinguisher. He's got maybe flour in case there's some kind of grease fire. Maybe he's even got like the overhead hoods on above the stove. So he's prepared. He's ready to go. He gets the fire extinguisher. He gets the flour. Way to go. You're ready, Cyberfrost. And let's say he's making Tostitos. But let's say that we're done with our session today. We're done teaching. And Cyberfrost is like, Tori, nothing happened. There was no fire. Got it. Okay. Well, let's say that I told him, okay, but there's going to be a fire tomorrow when you make your pizza. And then let's say for some crazy reason, which I don't think is too far-fetched, let's say that Cyberfrost has pizza 3 days in a row. I've done it before. I'm sorry, but I'm guilty. But let's say that he does it 2 more days in a row. And I say that, okay, well, tomorrow there's going to be a fire. And then he makes it again. He's like, okay, well, there wasn't a fire yesterday. This is kind of strange, but maybe she got her days wrong. Maybe something's off. But okay, I got my fire extinguisher. I got my flour. I'm ready. So when he makes pizza again the next day, he's prepared. Follow along here, guys. This is psychology. These are analogies to help us in trading in the future. I promise you're going to come back to this story so many times. So he keeps his equipment out. He keeps the fire extinguisher. He keeps everything ready and prepared right there. And then again, no fire. Now he thinks I'm crazy. And he's like, this girl something's weird. Something's off. Maybe she catastrophizes, or she's like Chicken Little, the sky's falling. We're going to put everything away because that was just weird. I've made the pizza twice. There is no fire. I got this down. Obviously, I'm telling him, 3rd day, there's going to be a fire. He doesn't believe me. He's not prepared. But this time there was a fire. Of course, when you least expect it, he's like, there's no possible way. 2 times before, no fire. Now, she told me every time, but there wasn't a fire 2 times before. And then, of course, the time that there was, I'd already put everything away and it was a disaster. And I told him every time, I was like, listen, there's going to be a fire. It just so happens that the first 2 times there wasn't. You need to have that fire extinguisher ready. I'm talking every meal, fully prepared. Now, when you're going to cook, we're thinking about it as though you're going to go place a trade. Now, obviously, the likelihood of you cooking and there being a kitchen fire, super slim. But we got to think trading. Trading related, we know it's rigged. We know it's like a battlefield. So we're thinking worst case scenario every time. So think of the going to cook that pizza and there's going to be a fire, but that is you placing a trade. You're placing a trade and I'm telling you there's going to be a fire, so you need to be prepared every time. The odds are not slim for the fire or the disaster of you placing a trade and then losing your capital. So we're using the analogy of cooking, trading, fire, losing your capital. Are we following? So we've got to be prepared for the worst case scenario every trade. So these are the first few things that we need to tackle now before even getting into the charts, before placing trades, so that we are so prepared. Now, how many of you guys have experienced wins in a row? A few wins in a row. Now, this is only for those that have already traded. You got a few wins. Amazing. Love it. I'm sure there's a lot of confidence. There we go. Okay, so Kimberly has, Emmanuel has. So at least for starters, you know that it can be done. But then suddenly, you give it all back in one trade. So how many of those same traders that said, yes, I've experienced 3 wins in a row. Okay, Nas said 7 days in a row. Anil says 3 wins in a row. How many times have you given all of that back in one trade? All of those wins you had before in one trade. Now for the newbies, go ahead and look at the chat here, because it's been done. It happens all the time. Carl, it happens all the time. So this is why we're tackling this now. First and foremost, we're ready for worst case scenario. We're just focusing on keeping our capital. We know that the markets are designed to be tricky. We've got to have an edge. We've got to understand that psychologically first before we get into system and strategy. Because it is very common for you to give up everything, for the kitchen fire to happen, for disaster to happen in one trade. Sorry, we did the me part already. So now that we understand that, we understand fully the weight of the situation. Now we can consider placing trades. We got the green. It's nice. It's happy. It's making us feel good. Now we can consider this. Now we can consider placing trades here. So pop quiz here. What is our very first goal in trading? I'm not giving the answer away. Making sure you guys are paying attention. Very first goal in trading. Oh, I hate the lag. I wish I could see that. Okay, there we go. There we go. Keeping your capital. First goal. If you haven't written it down, do it 3 times. 3 times in a row. Really solidify. We're taking this one home. Keeping our capital. Very first goal here. Fully and utterly understood. Our very first thing on our mind. Now, if you guys don't know who this is my mentor here. This is my uncle. Now, a lot of the analogies that I'm telling you guys today were the very first things that I had learned when trading. These were the same analogies that he taught me 10 years ago. 10 years ago, these analogies helped my psychology. So these are impactful. These are timeless. I just happened to add Game of Thrones because it wasn't back then and we had just medieval times. And I thought it was much more fun to add Game of Thrones here. But this right here, this next analogy that we're going to go over is the very first lesson that my uncle taught me. Just kidding. Keeping our capital is the very first lesson that he taught me. Actually, I think the very first analogy he gave me was kitchen analogy first, then medieval times analogy, and then we've got some more ones coming here. Preparing for the worst case scenario, and then understanding that the markets are like a battlefield. But now, with all of these analogies, and when we see, just in the chat, when we said, okay, how many of you guys have experienced winning days in a row, back-to-back-to-back wins, and then the fact that you can lose it all in one trade? So now it's starting to make more sense. Now we can understand why, this is why 80 to 90% of people lose their capital. Okay, we've already got an edge. We know what everyone does. We know how tricky it is. So when we come into the markets, we just have a much better approach, a much clearer mind. We're thinking more like the 10 to 20% and less like the 80 to 90%. Charlie, we love Uncle Mike. We love, 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 love Uncle Mike. Now, I'm going to preface this again, guys. Last time that I am not giving you guys this information to scare you. I want you to place your trade. I'm giving this information to you so that we have an edge. We have a better understanding before getting into it. We're just getting prepared. I'm just prepping y'all, getting y'all ready. I don't know if you guys are Alex Hormozi fans. I am. I actually just found out he is a Leo too, which just really was exciting. If you are nervous to do anything, to do a presentation, for me right now, am I nervous? I'm actually not. Today was really exciting and really fun. If you were, it's because you're not prepared. I am prepared for today's session. I'm prepared when I go to place a trade. I'm not nervous. If you are feeling nervous, it's just because you're not prepared. So it is my job to prepare you now. Today, I'm going to prepare you guys so that you're not nervous when you enter the markets. You're not so scared. We're going to feel prepared. We're going to feel ready before we get in. So I always thought this was a great quote. It's also not exactly what he said, but it was about the gist of it. If you are nervous, it's because you're not prepared. This goes with trading as well. If you are too nervous to press that button, it's probably just because you're not prepared. You haven't seen it enough times. You haven't gotten the reps in enough. Makes total sense. If you're nervous to hit that button, then you need more practice, which is okay. Let's just work on getting the reps in a little bit more. So to round out our first point in psychology, our goal is to keep our capital. I think I've said it so many times. It should be ingrained into your brain now. Going back to the Game of Thrones analogy. Okay, so we can use, if some of you guys haven't even seen Game of Thrones, we'll just consider it the king or medieval times, but it's just more fun to use Jon Snow as an example. But we've got another analogy for you guys. Now, this is going to help us to understand price action or the movement of the price. So bear with me here. Medieval times, there was a king, or if we're talking Game of Thrones, there was Jon Snow. We have soldiers in the kingdom, the wildlings. Now we're going to use our imagination again, and let's actually kind of put ourselves in the imagination here. But let's say that all of us are soldiers or loyal subjects. We're thinking medieval times. We are loyal subjects. We are all soldiers. Let's say that we have to follow what the king says. I mean, obviously, back in the time, you didn't have a choice. So if the king says march north, now we're thinking like Game of Thrones, all of the battles. You got to be tactical. You got to know when to do a sneak attack or, surprise. I'm sure there is a tactical war term for it, but I cannot think of what it is. But let's just say that we're doing what the king says because he's got the credentials. He knows what he's doing. So if he says we're marching north into battle, then we're marching north into battle. That's all there is to it. We're going to just simply follow the king north. Now let's say that the king knows better, or maybe even he doesn't. Maybe it's kind of a dumb king. Maybe we got Louis which one was just awful? One of the Louis. I don't remember which one. Or let's just say that maybe we weren't a fan of Jon Snow. Maybe we were anti-Jon Snow. But even so, we don't have a choice. So we're following the king, whichever direction he says. We simply have to obey. We don't have an actual choice. This isn't, democracy. This is whatever the other one's called. Medieval times. It's even worse. So anytime the king says that we need to march north, it's not easy. Like we have to completely pack up, completely uproot, and we're marching north with the king. Now, let's say that we finally do. We get there. We've made it north. We're getting ready. We're planning. We're scheming. We're trying to figure out how to win the battle. And then all of a sudden, Jon Snow says, actually, we need to go south. Okay, got it. We're going to just get up and continue to go south. Maybe there is something that he knows that we don't. So we're just going to get up and uproot yet again, pack up all our things. And even so, medieval times, they're walking. They're riding horses. So think of it like an absolute treacherous path to go from north to south. Like it's not an easy feat. Some people are actually probably dying along the way. So we got to think like true medieval times, nitty gritty stuff here. Marching from north to south, treacherous. It's not an easy thing to do. So it's incredibly difficult. But we're doing it anyways. We're still going to obey. We're going to continue to go south. And then imagine how irritating. You would probably want to commit treason if he made you march north, you and the entire platoon. I'm really trying to just pull all the phrases that I know from from whatever. Let's say that he pulls everyone forward. Imagine how absolutely irritated you would be. We just went south. We went north. We're going back north. Which one are you doing? Make up your mind, because we're losing people along the way. Make up your mind. Let's get into battle. Let's do it. Imagine how absolutely irritating that would be. You've already done it like 2 or 3 times now. Now I'm going to use someone as an example here. Let's see. We're going to use, let's see. You know what? Let's use Mr. Hope. It sounds ironic actually in the context that we're about to use it. So Mr. Hope is in the chat here. We got Mr. Hope here watching. Let's say that Mr. Hope thought he was clever. He thought he knew something different. So when Jon Snow said we're going north of the wall, if you will, Mr. Hope decided he's going to stay right where he's at. Mr. Hope's like, I'm actually going to stay right here because Jon Snow, or Mr. King, has gone north and south at least a dozen times. He's coming right back. Trust me. I'm going to just sit here nice and pretty, and everyone else is going to listen to the dumb king and go north again. Mr. Hope's staying right here. I'm keeping my tent. I got my little fire. I'm good to go. While Mr. Hope watches everyone else march north again. Mr. Hope is thinking, all right, he's coming back. He's going to be right back. I'm being clever. It says Glenn. We're using Mr. Hope as an example here. But let's say that just when Mr. Hope, I was about to say Mr. Glenn. Mr. Hope thinks that Jon Snow is coming back. Of all times, he actually decides we're going north, yes. But now this time, we're going to go twice as fast and twice as far. Meanwhile, Mr. Hope is still back at camp. And Jon Snow, or the king, just took off. Maybe he got like a tip. Maybe the White Walker, the king, whatever his name was, the king of White Walkers, something happened. A dragon gave their camp away. Whatever it is. He went north twice as fast, twice as far. Now, everyone that followed, so everyone that, we're going to get the advantage, and then boom. Hold on, I got to see if I've gone too far in my analogy. And then boom, he's already gone twice the distance. Yes, okay, we've already gone that part. Beautiful, lovely. Mr. Hope stayed back. Got it. Everyone else that decided to obey, they actually got to reap some benefits. I know it was tricky, it was treacherous, it wasn't fun, it was irritating, but they actually got something out of just simply obeying Jon Snow or obeying the king. And it could be maybe they've been rewarded with riches. Maybe they've been provided food and shelter. Amazing. Good job, everyone that followed the king. Now continue to follow along, guys. This is reverting back. I promise you, years to come, this is going to help you in your trading. So stay focused. We're talking Mr. Hope stayed back. Everyone else that simply just obeyed the king went north, went south, went north, went south. They actually got rewarded for it. They got riches, they got food, they got shelter. Good job. All you had to do was just listen to what the king was doing. Meanwhile, Mr. Hope is left in the dust. And if we're talking medieval times, Mr. Hope probably is no longer a character on Game of Thrones. Mr. Hope is off. He's off the roster. If, the king was to do a survey of all of his loyal, subjects, and then Mr. Hope back there, sorry, Mr. Hope, that I'm using you as an example here, but I'm trying to get the point across. Mr. Hope actually disobeyed, was not loyal. I mean, that's treason, and you guys know what happens in medieval times with treason. Like, you're gone. No more Mr. Hope, no more Mr. Nice Guy, no more character in Game of Thrones. So think of this as though the king is the price. We benefit. We get the food. We get the shelter. We get the riches by simply following the king. If we're going to try to have that Mr. Hope mentality of, okay, he's definitely coming back. He's going to come back, and he never comes back. That is gone. Capital gone. Account blown. So this is where we've got to channel that inner analogy. We are thinking of the price as the king. We are just villagers. We're just loyal subjects. We're just soldiers following the king. So are we putting the pieces together here? Now, going back to, now let's use this as a trading example. So the king is the price, and the villager we called Mr. Hope. Mr. Hope thought that he knew something. He thought that he knew the king. He thought that he knew, he's done this before. He's going to come back. Mr. Hope thought that he knew something different, that everyone else didn't. He thought he had an edge. He thought he did his research. The price is going to come back. The king is going to come back. There are so many times, guys, where it doesn't. It does not come back. Or you can't hold on long enough if it ever does, because your account's already been blown by the time it does come back. So we have got to fully embody and embrace this analogy. Price is king. All we're doing is following the price. And there are many times where it can go twice as fast, twice as far, and we're in the camp of Mr. Hope, and all we're doing is just watching it go away, watching it disappear, watching our funds vanish twice as fast and twice as hard in the opposite direction. So the full point here of this analogy is to simply obey the king, be loyal subject, aka the price, and we get to benefit. Everyone that followed the king, they actually profited. They made profits, even though it was treacherous. And remember, we had talked about the journey from going north to south, or the difference in price coming up and down. It's treacherous. It's not easy. Some of us have to take some losses along the way. But overall, the benefit of following price far outweighs the treacherous path. So that's exactly what we're going to think of the markets. Or loyal to the queen. I love that too, Daniel. We can think price is queen, price is king. But I'm telling you guys, these analogies are going to help you from years to come. So who are we? But loyal subjects. We have no say. Now, what's cool is also in this part right here, there's a lot of conspiracies as to what moves the price. We're not going to go into that just yet. We don't know what moves the price. Some people think it's market makers, supply and demand, a lot of things. If we can just have the one mentality of knowing that we don't have any control over it, we have no literal control over what the price does, it kind of separates some resentment. And it makes it a lot easier to just simply obey, to just simply follow the price. We're not any smarter than the markets, and we have no control. We follow the king. All right. Shifting to the next idea here. Next idea. Corey has a good one. All right. We're shifting to the next idea. Now, this is kind of talking about that north-south analogy. That kind of treacherous path. It's not that easy. It's kind of tricky to go from north to south. Now, obviously, follow along here, guys. When I'm talking north to south, I'm obviously talking about the price moving up or the price moving down. The price coming up, the price coming down. Now, I'm curious, does anyone today, how many of you guys are at a desk right now, or maybe in a kitchen, in a room? Does anyone have another chair that they can scoot up next to them? This is like an actual activity. Now, I normally am able to see people do this, but I can't see you guys, so I'm just going to need you to type it in the chat. Okay, for everyone that has a chair fairly close and handy, I need you to come bring it up next to you. I have one. I'm going to bring it up. All right, everyone that has a chair, bring it up next to you so that you have two chairs. Okay, I'm scooting over. I got a chair right here. Now I'm going to give you guys a second to get it ready. I know this is goofy, but bear with me. I'm telling you guys, these analogies helped me 10 years of trading. So just let me cook. Let me cook. Okay, we got two chairs. This chair, this chair. I'm in the office, so I can't. That's all right, Samantha. Just use your imagination. Oh, here we go. Wait, slides are moving. Oh, thank you. Okay, everyone grabbed it, put it next to you. We're cooking. Here we go. Great exercise. Let me cook. Here we go. Now, the second chair right here, we're going to give these two chairs names. This one that I'm sitting in is going to be the long chair. This is the short chair. For the newbies that don't know what long and short means, just think of it like this is the buy chair. This is the sell chair. Buy, sell, long, short. We got 2 chairs. We got names for the chairs. Short position, selling, short chair. Long position, long chair. Got it. Disregard the accidental picture up top. Okay, now let's say, I can riff this even though I can't really see what half the text says, but let's say that I tell you guys, I'm going to pretend to be king, or I'm going to be queen. I'm going to be queen and I'm telling you guys what to do because I'm Price. And I'm going to tell you guys to, sorry, I'm going to try to talk close to the microphone. I forgot. I'm going to tell you guys to move from your long chair and go sit in the short chair. So scoot over. Everybody move over. Get up. Some of you guys got a trickier chair than you do. I have a pretty easy chair to scoot over to. Okay, so now we're all sitting in the short chair. All right, everybody's moved over. All right, everybody's moving. Brad's moving. We've scooted over. All right, we're in the short chair now. We're thinking short positions. Here we go. We're thinking sell. All right, now we're scooting. Now, it wasn't that frustrating. And let me make sure that these analogies are good. Okay, here we go. Okay. That wasn't tricky. That first time scooting over, you guys are like, yeah, this is fun. I love this idea. Now I'm going to have you guys move again. We're scooting back to the buy chair. Here we go. We're in the buy chair. All right, we're back here. Now you guys have to do it every time I say it. You don't have a choice because I'm king. Remember, I'm queen. So we have to do it. So we've just moved back to the long chair now. And now I'm going to have you guys move again. We're going back to the sell chair. You have to do it. Everybody back over. And we're going to sit here for a minute. We're going to sit here. Now, maybe that was a little bit irritating. Maybe that was a little frustrating. But now I'm going to have you guys move again. We're going again. Imagine if I had you guys do that 15 more times today. Maybe 20 times today. So at some point, you would get a little bit annoyed. You'd be like, this is ridiculous, Tori. You're really going to make me do this for an example on your stream? Ew, that's a little excessive. But my point here is because this is annoying. To move from sell to buy to long to short, from chair to chair, it's a little bit irritating. Yeah, it's frustrating. So there we go. My point here is that it's not a fun thing to do. You don't want to keep moving from chair to chair. And imagine if your chairs were far away, or if it was a very difficult chair to get into. So my point here is that if I was to make you guys do that 15 times, 20 times, 30 times today, right now, actually do it, you'd be a little bit frustrated with me. And that is the point here. I'm telling you that it's not fun. Change is not natural. In the human brain, in the way we operate, our actual chemicals, our psychology, we're actually wired to resist change. So you've got to think that you've done your research and you think, remember, we're going to channel this. Actually, I'll use somebody else. I'm not going to pick on Mr. Hope anymore. We'll use somebody else for this analogy here. Let's say that we've got Juan Sanchez. All right, he got his workout in, moving from chair to chair. So let's say that Juan felt really good about a long position, really good. Let's say that he did a ton of research on whatever this long position was. He's thinking to the moon, whatever this is. We'll call it, let's say that it was some AI company, and Juan was like, all right, I'm putting a lot into this. I've done research. I'm feeling really good about this long position. Let's say that Juan even marked up his charts. Okay, let's go. He's in, all in. And then you start to see the price go against you. Oh, how devastating. What a bummer. It sucks. Juan really thought that this trade was going to work out, did so much research. And then to see price go in the opposite direction. Now, regardless, this could be rise or fall, depending on what position you're in. But if you go long and then to see price fall and go against you, it's just like Mr. Hope. And ironically enough, it says you can't put hope into a position here. Wow, this is crazy. I didn't plan that. You can't just stay put in hope. When the king changes direction, you have got to submit and take the loss and move on. So we've talked about, let me see if this is, okay, wait, don't answer that yet. So we've talked about how annoying it is to move from long to short, from chair to chair. I promise you guys, it's easier for you to understand if I had you do it like 20, 30 times. It might be, actually, some of you guys might enjoy it because it would be like a little bit of a workout. But to understand that switching positions, moving from long chair to short chair is irritating. And I get that. Or think of it like the king. The king is indecisive. It gets irritating after a while. But if we can understand that by simply following price, we will benefit. So these are some things. Now, refresher again. Number one rule, paying attention. Is everybody here? Is everybody with me? What's the number one rule? Boom, you got it. It's keeping our capital. Incredible. There we go. Amazing, amazing. Correct answers. Correct. Yes. Protect capital. Keep capital. Number one goal. Okay, here's another one. Who are we going to follow? Multiple answers are still correct. Next question. Who are we going to follow? There we go. There we go. We got them coming in. We got them coming in. King. We're following the king, aka the price. Correct. Not me. Or your friend, or whoever else is telling you, or maybe even that little voice inside your head. We're just following the price. We're following the king. Correct. Correct. You guys got it down. The sooner that we can see the price as the king and understand that it is an entity, which I don't even know if that's the correct term, but I wrote that myself. It just felt right. If we can understand that it is an entity that we cannot control, it helps us kind of remove this resentment. Like, let's say that you get into a trade and it doesn't work out. Like, you want to be mad at somebody. You want to be mad at somebody. You're losing money. Who do we blame? Where can we point the finger? But if we understand that the price is just an entity that we have no control over, all we can do is point the finger at ourselves if we don't follow the king. We're not going to try to outsmart the king. We're not going to blame the king. We're not going to resent the king. We're not going to resent the price. We're not going to we're not going to try to outsmart the price. So I'm telling you guys, these things are absolute literal gold if you can revert back to these analogies when you're in a trade. If the king goes north, we go north. So I think you guys understand it now. It's just helping detach the emotion from it. And I know many of you guys have heard this. Don't trade with emotion. I know you guys have all heard that. This right here, these exercises and these analogies that we're going over help us remove that emotion. It makes it easier when we have to go from the long chair to the short chair. We're just like, all right, here we go again. Here we go again. Now, another thing that my uncle taught me. Now, let me make sure that I don't do this again. This is one thing that my uncle taught me. This is one of the things that my uncle taught me. Ooh, okay. I know which one we're going into now. Lots of analogies, guys, here. I'm trying to remember them all. Okay, so another thing also, shout out to Uncle Mike. I don't know if you guys know who this is. This is my mentor right here. Mentor and role model in my entire life. Just amazing human being here. Okay. Now, let's say that most of you guys are fairly competitive. I don't know if we have any other Leos in the chat here, but I am a Leo and I'm fairly competitive. So when I'm doing a race, which I have done before, I've done cycling races. I won't get too far into it, but I was good at one point. I was a sponsored athlete. I did not like to lose, and I'm sure many of you guys don't like to lose. Who does? I mean, nobody likes to lose. Even if you're not really that competitive, it's not very fun. It's not a fun emotion. In trading, we actually have to train ourselves to lose. Ooh, all right. This is a very interesting new concept that we're going to go over here. You're like, wait a minute. I thought our goal was to keep our capital, but you're telling us we have to train ourselves to lose? If this microphone couldn't drop, I would. So everyone, I need you to type in the chat that I am a loser in the best way. We're going to do it with a smile, because if we can fully embrace this fact that we're going to train ourselves how to lose, Remember, this goes back to what do 80 to 90% of people do? Well, one, they lose, but they don't want to be a loser. They don't think about losing. Remember, we're coming into this doing the exact opposite of what these guys do. So if we are already thinking about losing and we want to train ourselves to lose, we're already ahead of the curve here. We're just slowly making steps to get us closer to the 10 to 20%. I am a loser, but I love it. I love it. So what? Me being a loser has got me to where I am today because I'm the best loser out there. And that's the same kind of mentality that you guys need to have. And I love this, dude. I love this photo because it's like, go ahead and poke fun at yourself. You can. Like when it comes to trading, we're already developing an edge right now purely based on psychology before we even get into strategy. It gets me so pumped, so excited. So we are going to be the ones that actually do lose because that's what gets us closer to the 10%. Now, yeah, you're thinking, wait a minute, what? How do you wrap your head around that? How does it make sense if we're losing? But essentially, we're thinking of the way to winning is going to be through losing. So follow. Let me cook again. Here we go. But the point here is we're going to be losing correctly. This is the absolute main point. If you haven't written anything down after the keeping your capital, I need you to write this down next. Losing correctly. This is the huge, absolute, utmost difference between being a loser, losing all your capital, being in that 80 to 90% versus the 10%. We know we lose. We're thinking about losing already, first and foremost, but it's because we're doing it correctly. We have to do it correctly. Otherwise, we're going to be right back in that 80 to 90%. So if you haven't written that down, write it down now. Losing correctly. So we're still trying to keep our capital, but we do so by paying small fees. Now, this is just the way that I like to consider losses. I call them fees because psychologically, this helps me. If I know I'm taking a loss, but I look at it as a fee, it changes everything. It flips it from a negative to a positive. There's fees in everything in life. So we have to make sure that now you can go ahead and write that down as well. Losses equal fees. Losses equal fees. I don't have it written down, but something like that. Now, what seems like a fee to you guys? What's a fee that you guys normally have to pay? What comes with fees? There we go. We've already got Brian dropping it. We got school fees. What other fees are normally happens? I mean, I get DoorDash fees. Actually, I get lots of DoorDash fees. We've got to be honest, everything comes with fees. Your phone line comes with fees. You got fees when you buy stuff. You can call it taxes. There's shipping fees. There's handling fees. There's trading fees. Yes. There's gym membership fees. Yes. But now, what do these fees have in common? Because it's not the actual transaction. It's just a small part of the payment here. So we've just got this is where we're thinking about these losses. So going back to here, paying a small fee. Loss, what the fee means is just a small amount, a small number. So how do we take correct losers into the market? What does a correct loser look like in trading? And remember, I was talking about the going north, going south, going up, going down, long, short, buy, sell. Remember that fun game we said if you guys hear a siren? So we talked about this treacherous path. It's not easy to think from long to short, from north to south, from buy orders to sell orders. It's hazardous. It's dangerous if we're talking medieval times. But this is where we have to consider when it comes to the trading world, switching positions, those chairs that we had, requires a fee. There is a fee associated with going from long to short or buy to sell. Now, this one might be a little bit harder concept to wrap your head around. We're just keep going, keep following. So we've got switching from long to short, following the king, following the price, going up and down. Each time we think a different direction, we're going to have to pay a little fee here. But that is the price to be paid. That is the name of the game. So if we're already understanding that before we get into the charts, before we get into the markets, we've got a leg up. We've got some leverage here. Someone said dating fees. So if we can understand that there is there is a fee associated with each time we're switching positions, it helps us psychologically. There's a price to be paid every time we switch positions. When I say fees, I'm also not talking about, this is not for those of you that are very literal, that are already trading. I'm not talking about commissions. I'm not talking about swap fees. These are all other terms that some of you experienced traders already know. We're not talking about that. We're simply talking about the loss. Taking a loss in trading, we are considering a fee. We're just changing the terminology to kind of help flip the script. The fee is the risk that you're taking every time you enter a trade. Oh, I didn't get to see this photo until just now, but that's a good one. So the fee is the risk that you're taking each time you enter a trade. And think of it like each time you decide to follow the king, there is risk involved. He's going to go north or he's going to go south. Each time you follow him and each time we switch positions, we are paying a fee. The cost that you pay if the price moves against you. So we got to understand that. We're going to lose. So we've kind of really touched on the trickiest parts of trading, essentially. We've talked about the crummy parts, losing, losses, 80% of traders losing their money. But this is us truly just dissecting like what the 80% do so that we can get closer to that 10%, that 20%. So understanding that we are going to lose. So we know number one priority is keeping our capital. But how do we do that? Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm a loser. Absolutely. But we're a correct loser. We know how to lose. We know how to do it right. So we've got to embrace that fully and utterly. Okay, I feel like this might be the last analogy for you guys. And let me just see. Okay, I've got another one for you. How many of you guys have taken an Uber or a Lyft or a taxi? And also, guys, this is the last analogy. So we're getting so close to price action. We're getting so close to strategy, but I need you guys in the right headspace first. So last analogy, let's wake up. Let's get it. How many of you guys have been into an Uber or a taxi or a Lyft? I have many a times. So we've got another analogy coming right here. Now, maybe the king analogy didn't help very much. Maybe the getting up from one chair to the other, it didn't hit home with you. This is going to be our last analogy to try to really just hit that idea home. So let's say that you get into the Uber or you get into the taxi, whatever it is, and most of us will get distracted. We'll get in and then we'll just stare at our phones and we are locked in. Nothing's bothering us. Or in the car, maybe we're supposed to be going to the airport, but it's like maybe we're in New York and we've got to go like 45 minutes to an hour to get there. So we've just decided to look at our phone the whole time. We're zoning out. Well, let's say that 30 to 45 minutes later, the dude took you to the beach instead of the airport. What happened? Now, for some of you guys, you're thinking, actually, this is probably a blessing in disguise, but not the point. Let's say it's a very important meeting. You got to make it to the airport. Well, instead, you ended all the way up at the beach. So keep following here. The beach isn't terrible, but it's not where you need it to be. You're supposed to be at the airport. Wow, thank gosh we used airport as an analogy. Okay, but here's the thing. Mr. Taxi Man, like even though you're like, hey, no, we didn't make it to the right spot. We need to go to the airport, so go to the airport. He's not going to just reset the meter. He's not going to be like, oh, sorry. No, for some reason, it could have been your fault that you accidentally put in the wrong address or maybe something with the app, whatever it may be. He's not resetting that meter. You have to pay for the entire trip from where he picked you up to the beach. Should have been paying attention. And I'll tell you why. You still have to pay the meter. Now you've got to pay the meter from the beach to the airport. You had to pay it from where you were to the beach, now from the beach to the airport. So you're just racking it up. And that $1,000 sounds right for New York. I don't know if some of you guys have been in an Uber, and especially an Uber Black. It gets a little pricey out there. But you don't get a freebie. You didn't pay attention. You were glued to your phone. You weren't looking at where you were going. If you had been paying attention when they were going the wrong way, what would you have done? Let's say you get into the Uber and you know where the airport is. Now, let's say, for example purposes, you do know where the airport is. Let's say that, what would you do? Let's say he starts going the wrong way. What would you do? And let's say that you are not very shy and you are very strong-willed. Boom, Anthony Martinez. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, hello, correct him. Dude, my guy, you're going the wrong way. Flip it around. Easy answer. Now, you don't have to pay the entire price from where you weren't paying attention all the way to the beach and then to the airport. You actually only pay the difference between that just few seconds. Those few seconds where, let's say, Antonio saw that he was going the wrong way, stopped him, made him flip around. That was probably just a few cents. So are we following? Are things clicking? You're like, oh, wait a minute. Those few cents, I saw that the price wasn't going the right way. I saw that the taxi driver wasn't going the right way. I said, flip it. And now you're only paying a few cents on that meter instead of that giant loss. So we're thinking, same with trading here. We're paying fees for taking the wrong direction. Now, the only difference here in this analogy is that we can tell the taxi driver to flip it around. But don't think of the taxi driver as the price. Think of the taxi driver as kind of your execution to getting in. The sooner that you can execute on price when it's going the wrong way, when it's going in a different direction, the smaller the fee you have to pay. So we got to be paying attention. We can't be looking at that phone. We got to be paying attention when the price is changing directions. Because if the price goes the opposite way, we don't get a freebie. Do not collect $200. Do not pass go. Like, we have to pay that entire distance. So this is the same when it comes to price. Pay attention, my guys. Okay. Now imagine a different version of the story. Same Uber driver. Now we went over this one. We speak up. We tell him immediately we're going the wrong way. Sorry, I went a little bit far ahead. We were thinking Antonio. Antonio said, hey, my guy, you're going the wrong way. Small fee, small correction. You're back on track. You still paid for that maybe half a mile, but nothing compared to the other detour. So this is the dangerous version when it comes to trading. That fee could be huge. That fee could be a blown account. That fee could be everything that you've put into your trading. So this is kind of tying it all back together here. Let me see. It looks like we don't have the correct slides up. I'm going to pause real quick because I'm pretty sure this is also the last analogy. So everyone, let's make sure we're stretching. Let's stretch. We have made it through the analogies. We have got our head in the perfect spot. We are primed and ready. We know how to think about the markets. Lizzie, I promise you we are going to tie this all together. Edwin, we're tying it all together. We will go over the word stop loss very soon. But right now, for the newbies, we are thinking fees. We are thinking keeping our capital. Yes, exactly, Chris. This is the wax on, wax off. It's going to blow your mind when we see this actually happen in real time with the markets here. So we've got to understand. These are all of the analogies here, bringing it all back together. Give me just a moment while the team works on getting the correct slides up. But now for the exciting part, we get to go into freaking strategy, y'all. You've made it. You've made it. We're an hour and a half in, which I'll be honest, I'm moving pretty quickly. Especially for going through our entire mindset that we need to have when getting into trading. I think we did well. As far as all of the analogies. Okay, but now that I've still got my team working on the slides. So go ahead and get your trading view up. If some of you guys have an awesome setup and maybe you've got like 2 screens, go ahead and throw me on one, get your charts on the other. If some of you guys have multiple devices, maybe put me on an iPad and get your charts on another. But we are going to be opening trading view. If you guys have done your homework, which I am curious, out of 11,000 people that we have here today, how many of you guys did your homework and attended yesterday's session? Let me get a fire emoji or a 1. Let me get both. How many of you guys completed your homework and attended yesterday's session? Okay. Dude, are y'all ready to rip and roll? You ready? Because we're getting into strategy, and this is my absolute favorite part. This is where I just feel so excited because I'm about to blow you guys' mind. Like when so many people, I know we went over it on the first day, on day one, about how complicated trading seems, but I'm telling you guys, it's not. This right here is going to blow you guys' mind. It's just, everything's going to come together. All of the psychology we went over, all of the examples that I gave in day one, where you're like, oh, this is what Tori's chart looks like. Or maybe you've been watching my content for a while and you always thought you never understood. You're about to today. I'm so excited. Okay. All right, give me just a moment. I think these are the beginning. This is the beginning of our slides. So we got to jump to, give us just a moment, guys. Don't look yet. That was too far ahead. We will get into that. I know some of you guys are like, oh, thank gosh, she's going to go over consolidation. Yes, we will. And even for the newbies, I'm going to tell you what it means too. So now is the time to buckle up. You got your charts ready. Now, this is also going to be very visual. So we're starting with understanding the strategy first and foremost. Then we will get into actually going through it together step by step after. But I need you guys to see it done. I need you guys to see the examples, see the system, see the step-by-step process visually before we go in and do this together. So we are past the analogies. I will say, George, if you don't use this psychology in your trading, everything we're going to get into now is going to mean nothing to you. So all of these analogies, all of this psychology, all of this way of thinking before we get into trading goes absolutely hand in hand. We've got to have psychology down first. That's why I got it down first. It's maybe not the funnest part. It's maybe not the most appealing, the most attractive. The psychology is what gets us. I mean, it's a combination of the two, the psychology and strategy. We need both. We need to understand how we are getting into the markets. Okay. All right. Here we go. So we might do a little bit of repetition. We'll see before we get into it. But let me see where my slides are at and see if we repeated any. So I know I had my team go back through. So give me just a second. Okay. We care about protecting our capital. Yes, we know that. Catching a big move when it shows up. Amazing. The market's job is to move. Our job is to notice when it's going wrong. We know that. Cut the detour short. We've talked about it. We know it. The real trend, the big move shows up. Okay, here we go. We got our summary one more time, but now we've got visuals to it. So our goal is to keep our capital, and it's normal to switch positions to follow the king if he says so. Amazing. And also while we're doing this summary, maybe this is a good time for you to take a break. Go do your little potty break. Go get some more water. Get your charts ready, because now we're getting into it. If you haven't already shared this stream with your friend, maybe this is a good time to share it with maybe some other traders. This is all going to be purely strategy. So we're getting into strategy now. So I know, especially for the experienced traders or for the vets out there, this is going to be the part you've been looking for. So this is the summary. It's normal to pay fees when we make mistakes. This is why we call ourselves losers, but we lose correctly. What the market does, we know. Oh, this one we didn't go over too much, but if you know, you know. What the market does, we don't know and we don't care. We just know that we have no control over it. It does what it does. Now we've dug deep into psychology, but I know what you really came here for. Y'all came here for the setups, for the charts, for the strategy. I'm getting so hyped. Oh, wait, I'm not even ready yet. Hold on. Okay. All right, we're getting into charts now. So the break is over. If you took a break, we're coming back. So for the newbies, get ready. This information is getting you closer to your very first ever trade, which is happening today. So let's lock in. We're locking in. We got 11,000 people learning today. Wild. Let's do it. Now, for the experienced traders, you're going to have to bear with me because we're catching up the newbies. So we're going to start with, I'm talking the bare bone basics. Here it is. Drum roll. Boom. A downward trend. All right. So we're keeping it super basic at first, but we'll start picking up speed. We'll start getting momentum. Okay. So a downward trend is essentially when the price is going down. Think price is moving down. Think Apple launched its new iPhone and it was maybe a dud and the price of Apple went down. Think downward trend. We're talking lower highs. Each high becomes lower and lower and lower lows, forming a downward trend. Got it. Here we go. Sure, Tori, I get it. Now, some terms. This is for the newbies. You will hear a lot of people call these trends or these directions something different. You'll hear bullish, bearish. You'll hear tanking, crashing, breaking down, selling off. We're just going to call it a downward trend. We're just going to keep it super elementary and super basic. Downward trend. Got it. Amazing. Now, this is what it looks like on a chart. So you guys got to see a beautiful illustration here. This is what it looks like in price action with candles. Now, I know it's a little bit blurry here, but bear with me. This is a downward trend. It has created lower highs and lower lows. Amazing. Now, we've got an upward trend. Same, but different here. Now, the line in this is in the correct spot or in the incorrect spot. If we were to mark this up, it would be underneath, but just bear with me. We're just simply talking about the direction of price. When the price moves higher over time. Let's say anything in AI goes up because we're just booming right now. If the price is creating higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, it's just simply the direction of the price. Also, it's got its own terms. Everybody calls it something different. Going to the moon, ripping, booming, pumping, surging. We've got a lot of different terms that people will call it. Bullish, bearish. We've got, and I don't want these terms to scare you. Like once you start to nerd out and you get into trading a little bit more, you'll start using these terms just naturally because you become a nerd and you actually start falling in love with trading. But just to start out, if someone had thrown these terms at me, it just maybe would have made it a little bit more intimidating. To the moon, yes. But we're just going to call this an upward trend. Got it? We got an upward trend. We got a downward trend. This is what it looks like on a chart. Purely price action. Price action just means the price moving. Price action, price moving. This is each candle populating. This is price moving up. This is what an upward trend looks like. Now we've got sideways price action. The actual literal definition is when price moves in a flat or sideways range and it does not clear higher highs or lower lows. We're just flat. Consolidation, chopping, range, flat, sideways, no man's land. I've never heard someone say no man's land, but these are the different terms that you will call this. Daniel, this is a trendline trader's nemesis. Do we hate sideways price action? This is for the experienced traders, but you know, if you know, you know, this is our kryptonite. Now we're going to call the sideways price action consolidation. And I'm only saying that because I no longer really call it sideways. I always reference consolidation. It's because I've nerded out too much. I've gone too far. I've gone full trader. So I call it consolidation so that I don't confuse you guys. We're all going to call it consolidation. So we got upward trend, we got downward trend, we got consolidation. This is what it looks like on a chart with actual price action. Sideways movement. Hasn't been able to clear these higher highs, hasn't been able to clear these lower lows. We got sideways price action here. Now let's test it really quick and see if you guys can answer. Now, for the experienced traders, why don't you guys take a little break here and let the newbies answer? Because this is where I need them to catch up. So for all of the newbies, get your keyboards ready. We're just going to do a few examples and see if you guys can answer. Okay, here we go. Newbies, get ready. What is this one? Also, this gives me a time to take a sip of water and breathe. Okay, Chandler's got it. Vince has got it. Now, hopefully only the newbies are answering. For the vets, you guys already know the answer. You don't have to answer it. We're looking for the newbies to answer here. Okay. Everyone has put in their answer. Is that your final answer? Boom. You're correct. It's consolidation. Consolidating, consolidation, sideways, choppy, whatever you want to call it. It is consolidation. So correct. Good job. You guys got it. Amazing. Okay, let's keep moving on. What is this one called? Time frame doesn't matter. Haven't even gotten into it yet. What is this called? Boom. Okay, here we go. Ooh, I love our technical terms. Maybe we can get the newbies to start using the technical terms, but I never caught on. I rarely ever call it like bullish and bearish. I'll just always call it upward or downward. Okay. Boom. We got upward. This is an upward trend. Congratulations. You guys got it. Yes. Very clear, right? Very obvious. We've got higher highs and higher lows. All right. And our last example here. By elimination, you should be able to guess this one. All right. Faith, you've got it. Daniel, you've got it. KM, you've got it. Ah, Piero, I see what you did there. Trying to get a wrong answer. Trying to throw everybody off. Well, I mean, actually, technically. Oh, wait, I don't know. We'll see. I want to see which one we get this. Okay, there we go. I'm going to be honest, Piero. I don't know what brain was not braining. Okay, we actually got a few different types of answers. But since this one actually does have a high, you can see here to the left, and then has created lower lows, even though there was a little bit, I'd say, sideways action in here, a little bit of consolidation. So maybe we'll call this one a trick one. This was a trick question. We were making sure you guys are paying attention. But we've got bearish downward trend. Also, Pierre, you're not allowed to answer. You are a vet. Give me just a moment. My slides are not working. Oh, darn. Oh, we might have to switch again. Okay. All right, amazing. So we've made it to the super duper basics. We got an idea of an upward trend, a downward trend, and consolidation. We got some terms now. For the newbies, go ahead and write down. I got to upload. We got to start using my next set of slides. We can only do like 200 at a time, and we've been going through a lot of slides. So give me just a second. We'll do the next one. But for the newbies, go ahead and write down the definitions, or just these three terms that you need to know. It's just simply the direction of price. We got bullish, we got bearish, we got consolidation. If you want to use the fancy terms, we got upward, we got downward, we got sideways. Okay, amazing job, guys. Amazing job. We're going to pick up the momentum. Just stay with me. Up, down, and flat, if you will. Yes. Get some water. Make sure you're writing down your notes. We're getting the next set of slides ready. I think I'm going to have a few sips of this energy drink so that we can just really get ripping and rolling. This is feeling like it's for newbies. Well, I'm glad it feels like it because it is. Sorry, I'm not going to look at the chat anymore. All right, so let's see. Got it. Okay, so now while we are getting the slides uploaded, my team just let me know they are so close to being done. We're getting the next set of slides uploaded. Quick reminder, we still got 11,000 people here with us today. Quick reminder, for the giveaways, I don't know if you guys remember the giveaways. They're pretty freaking insane. We're giving away $5,000 50K funded evaluations from Apex. Insane. We're giving away $2,000 worth of TradeZella. We're giving away an entire curriculum. Now that happens, anyone will get that. My entire private curriculum will go to every single person that has attended all 3 days. That's just going to everyone. But the giveaways are going to be given to those to enter or to be qualified. You have to make it to every single day. So stay tuned for the end of today. There's also a special giveaway at the end of today. So just to make sure you guys know, we've got the giveaways. Stay at the end. Also, stay tuned. I have an announcement at the end. And then I will be doing, just so that you guys know, especially for some of the traders that are more experienced and are just looking to kind of get clarity on the strategy, I am going to be staying at the end of today's session for a Q&A. So we'll be doing Q&As today. I've got a special announcement at the end. So this is just making sure that you guys are staying until the end. Even if you are veteran traders who have just been looking for some extra clarity, just stay tuned. Bear with me. If anything, just send this stream to maybe a newbie who's been asking you how to trade, because I know how many times you've been asked to teach how to trade. Teach me how to trade. Show me what you do. Now is the time. Share it to your friends that have been trying to learn how to trade. But just making sure that you guys know, we've got the giveaways, we're doing Q&As, and special announcement at the end. Okay, Now let's get back into it. Give me just a moment. We have got our slides back up and ready. All right, picking up where we left off. Okay, so now that for the newbies, you guys know how to identify a trend. You can identify price action. You can identify the movement of a price. Amazing. Now let's go over the tool that we use to track it. What tool do you think we could possibly use to track a trend? I didn't give you enough time. It's a trend line. So this is it right here. This is the holy grail. This is the system. This is everything. It is the trend line. The trend line. It just looks so beautiful reading it. The trend line. A trend line is a simple tool that helps us see the direction of a price visually. Now, the name of the tool that we're going to be using in the platform, this sounds counterintuitive, but if you guys had watched your homework or watched yesterday's session, the tool that we're actually going to be using is technically it's called the Ray tool, but we're going to call it a trend line. I don't know why they don't just call it a trend line. It is what it is. Just remember, write it down. Ray equals trend. Ray tool, Ray line equals trend line. So we just got to make sure that we don't get those crossed. We're just always going to call it a trend. Come on, brain. We're always going to call it a trend line. But the actual tool in TradingView, that platform that I had you guys sign up for and download or just get used to, start navigating, is called the Ray tool. But we're going to be calling it a trend line. So just to make sure we're all on the same page. If I say trend line, you're like, wait a minute, but it says it's the Ray tool. Remember, I told you here. I told you right here now that it is a trend line. Thank you. Yes. Ray equals trend line. So we're going to call it a trend line. Now, drawing the trend line, we're going to see very visuals first, and then we'll continue to go deeper and deeper. But for a downward trend line, what we're doing is we are using this line, we're drawing this line, and we are placing it above price, angling it down. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. For the newbies, go ahead and just screenshot this slide here. So this is the literal definition of our downward trend lines. First of all, we have to make sure it's angled downward. Second of all, we have to try to capture as many touch points as possible. And then the third most important key here is that price cannot break through. It can't poke through, it can't cross through, it can't intersect. We are just capturing as many touch points as possible. Michael, wicks included, everything included. The newbies don't know what wick means yet, but that's okay. So the line cannot have intersected price in any way, shape, or form. Price cannot intersect the wick. It's not touching the body. It is truly tracking price down. So for the newbies, say this one more time. A downward trend line, angling down, obviously. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible, yes. But then the third most important key here is it cannot break through. Price can't cross through. It cannot poke through. We are truly envisioning this line holding the price down. It doesn't matter what time frame. We haven't made it there yet. I'm actually going to, you guys got to let me cook. I'm going to not look at the chat for a little while just so that we don't get thrown off. I got ADHD. I'm going to keep answering these questions. But you guys got to let me cook and you got to follow along here. This information is given at this exact time for an exact reason. So continue to follow along. All right, here we go. Oh, give me just a second. Okay, here we go. Now for an upward trend, this is incorrect. I tried to have ChatGPT create an image for me and it's wrong. So try to envision this, but opposite. I probably could have used Photoshop in some way, shape, or form. But the upward trend line, now this is actually an example of a wrong line. So actually this is great. For an upward trend line, we place the line below at the bottom. We make sure it angles up. Same scenario. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. And the key here is to not have price cut through. This is an example of price cutting through or price breaking through here. So take a screenshot and then make a note. This is wrong. Wrong, wrong. Don't draw your line like this because price is poking through. The line needs to come down ever so slightly to where it is truly holding the price up. Price hasn't intersected, hasn't crossed through. So an upward trend line, a correct upward trend line, will be on the very bottom of price, holding it up, not intersecting, angling up. And I also usually will like to change the colors of them. This one is red. I'll usually like to make my upward trend lines green. We'll get into that and we'll have a lot more detail coming up. So just bear with me. Stay tuned here. In both cases, the trend line is our guide for following the market's movement. We use this tool to help us follow the king. to help us follow the price. So now these two lines are an upward trend line and a downward trend line. Now, just imagine the price hasn't crossed through. I could have done a much better job with these examples, but I promise we'll go over some much better ones using actual price action soon. But just continue to bear with me. These are just your super basic illustrations. Now, we've identified an upward trend and a downward trend. Now let's talk about why we draw them and how we draw them. Like, give structure to it. Let's see how it's actually done here. Beautiful. I didn't even know that was going to be the next slide or the next point. We're giving structure. Now, go ahead for the newbies. This is a new term for you guys. Write down top-down analysis. Top-down analysis. This is going to be the next important term that we're learning here. Very important for the strategy and for the system. It gives our trend line structure. So this is what it is. Actually, you could just go ahead and screenshot this here if you need to. Top-down analysis means that we are starting from the highest time frame and working our way down. And I'm going to just do a quick example or explanation here. When we're talking time frames, I just want to see the whole big picture, the very big picture. What has Apple? We'll use Apple as an example. What has Apple done overall? Now, we're going to work with slides and examples first before we actually do this together. I need you guys to see the slides. I need you guys to see the examples, the points and the steps first before we actually do this in real time. It eliminates some of the questions and some of the nuances that you might have. So, top-down analysis. We want to see what something has done overall. A bird's eye view. Think of it like bird's eye view, overall, big picture. What has Apple done from day one to today overall? And then the top-down analysis, so that's the top part. Now the top-down analysis means that we are working our way down timeframes. Whoops, sorry, I didn't hit that. So top, bigger picture, bird's eye view overall. Down means that we are slowly coming in closer and closer and closer. Smaller time frame, smaller time frame, smaller time frame. Top-down analysis. Starting from the top, working our way down. That is what it means. We look at price action as much as possible. Actually, it is purely price action. Also remember, what does price action mean? Price action just simply means, and you'll hear me say this a lot if you don't know the term, it just means the movement of the price. Seeing the candles populate on the chart. How it moves, price action. Just what the candles do on a chart is price action. Now, as we begin marking up our trends, we need to start from the very top. This is where the top-down analysis, this is where the process and the step comes into play. We start at the top. Then we zoom in lower and lower and lower. We will continue to mark our trends using price action. We'll see it done as an example in just a moment. So we're just trying to track as much movement as possible. The goal is always going to be the same. We're drawing trend lines and capturing touch points. And we're just kind of doing it over and over again. We're drawing trend lines, we're drawing trend lines, we're drawing trend lines, we're drawing trend lines, but we're just adding structure to it. We're adding rules to it. We're adding steps to it. But remember here, this is one of the key things. We cannot have price intersect or cut through. This is, now some of you guys, this is a quick side note that I'm just going to address this one time for the experienced traders. For the newbies, just close your ears. For those of you guys asking about wicks or bodies or candles or bars or types of charts, the information I'm giving you guys today is my system and my strategy. This is how I do it. I include the wicks. When I do the top-down analysis, I am including price action. This is my system, and this is the way that I've been able to repeat my process over and over again by giving this top-down analysis so much structure. Okay, back to the newbies. Here we go. So make sure when we're drawing our lines, we are not intersecting or cutting through any price. It gives us structure on how to draw our trend lines. Oop, did I skip something? No, okay. All right, another point to remember with the top-down analysis, as we move into lower time frames, these are some things to consider, and then you'll see it done in real time. As we move down to lower time frames, we will always want to connect our trend lines. All trend lines are going to connect to one another. It's kind of like this beautiful work of art to where each line that we draw on the chart has to connect to the last one. So we always want to connect our previous higher time frame trend lines to our new trend lines. As we continue, everything's going to connect. For the newbies, just think all of our lines have to touch. They have to touch each other. They got to love each other. I got to love upon each other. Every single line we draw will connect to one another. We will go through some examples now together. Here we go. All right, I may need to move my face a little bit. Give me just a second because I'm blocking a little area. Give me just a second, guys. I got to help have my team help me. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, team. Okay, from the top, a complete top-down analysis. So when you move to something called a monthly time frame, also newbies, bear with me. I promise I'm going to show you guys step-by-step how to do this, but just retain the information now and then it'll kind of spark like a light bulb later. So when we do our top-down analysis, we are going to start from a monthly time frame, a high time frame. This is a bird's eye view. When you see this dinosaur icon on TradingView, that means you are looking at the very beginning, the very start of price. So this is our actual bird's eye view. This is our big picture. This is what the price of whatever instrument this is has done from the very beginning to today. We're going to draw our trend lines on our price, on price action from the very beginning. Okay, now you can pop my face back on here. Okay, hi guys. Okay, so when we're drawing our lines, we want to make sure we're using the same rules. Price doesn't intersect. Price isn't crossing through. We are trying to capture as many touch points as possible. Our downward lines angle down and our upward lines angle up. This right here is an example of a top-down analysis done on a monthly time frame. This is the step one of top-down analysis. Step one of top-down analysis right here. Monthly time frame, big picture, drawing our trend lines, making sure they all connect. We will go through this step by step, but I want you guys to see it done first so it'll click so much easier when we start to move faster. Now, this instrument that we saw was platinum, believe it or not. Now we're going to see this done in real time. So watch this video with us. We're going to look at the highest point we see on the screen, and we are simply going to try to capture as many touch points as possible. In that example, we were only able to capture 2 touch points. But you see here, nothing intersected. Price did not intersect. That was our downward trend line. So that was the kind of actual process of drawing the trend line using TradingView. We will still go through more examples here, but this was just step one. Now, as we do our top-down analysis, we started at the monthly. Remember, it's called a top-down analysis. So we started at the monthly. Now we're going to work our way down to a lower time frame. So we're going to go from the monthly now to the weekly. So I'm going to show you guys an example here of it being done on the weekly time frame, and I'll show you guys how it connects, how we connect each one of our trend lines. There we go. This is what it looks like to move from the monthly to the weekly. We're connecting all of our trend lines beautifully. Boom. We captured our touch points. Price is not crossing through. If this feels like we're going fast, I promise you guys we're going to go over so many more examples. This is just to get it out of the way so that you can see it done. Okay, so that was our step 2 for top-down analysis. You can throw me back on the screen here. Hi, everybody. Okay, so we're still working through. So we're just simply working through our top-down analysis. Top-down, monthly, weekly. Now we're going to move to the daily. So I'll show you guys another example of continuing our top-down analysis. So we started in the monthly, we're going to move to the weekly, and then we're going to go to the daily. So we're going to time frames, we're selecting daily. We're making sure that all of our trend lines connect. We're making sure that price doesn't intersect or poke through. This was an example of showing that our previous section where we had it didn't work because price was crossing through, so we had to use that last touch point. Here we go. Beautiful example, team. Thank you guys for putting that together. And we repeat the process. We continue to draw more and more and more trend lines until we make it to our designated time frame. Beautiful. So this is what, if you were to be trading a daily time frame, maybe you're a daily trader and you hold trades for 30 days at a time or 6 days at a time, that is what it looks like to mark up your charts on a daily time frame. That is truly, if you traded the daily time frame and did your top-down analysis, you would stop right there. That would be it. That would be what your top-down analysis looks like. You start at the monthly, you go to the weekly, then you go to the daily, making sure all of your trend lines connect, making sure price doesn't poke through. We're drawing upward and downward trend lines. But this process gives us structure to how we draw our trend lines. This is something that we can do on every chart. Now, I will preface it with this. Some instruments are going to be a lot easier to do a top-down analysis than others. Some price action is a little bit crazier. Some price action has only been creating higher highs, where we don't have downward trend lines to draw. This was a great example, though, of top-down analysis on an instrument. It was platinum, where we can draw upward trend lines and downward trend lines, and we move from the top down, monthly, weekly, daily, and then we'll continue to go lower and lower and lower. 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 5 minute, but we repeat this process, and we're going to do it together. But this is the introduction or the basics of top-down analysis. Gives us structure to our trend lines. Now, strategy. The main idea here is simplicity. So we're trying to keep things simple. Price action will often respect trend lines, which is pretty insane, and it blows my mind every time when it does. It will either bounce off of the lines that we draw, or it will break the lines that we draw. But this is where everything kind of comes together here. When the reason why we have this rule of not allowing price to break through when we draw our trend lines is because when price finally does break, that gives us our indication to start taking action. And I'm foreshadowing a little bit here, but there is a reason why we have this top-down analysis system, or why we structure it this way. This is our trend line strategy. Okay, now this is the most basic overview. This is actually done perfectly. The graphics are perfect. The lines are perfect. The example price action is perfect. Go ahead and screenshot this one. This right here, essentially, you guys, is the strategy in an absolute literal nutshell in one singular illustration. Now we're just going to be breaking it down as much as we possibly can today. But this is where I want to get you guys excited. I want to spark the interest a little bit so that you kind of know what we're working towards. This is the goal that we're working towards. This right here is the strategy. Super exciting. Yes, of course. So we'll go through this as briefly as we can, and then we'll continue to start kind of combing through and getting into more of the nitty-gritty. But for the newbies, I just want to make sure that this illustration isn't intimidating. It is, and I know it's not. Like, anyone can draw a line on a chart. Anyone can visually see, okay, we've got upward trends, we've got downward trends. We tested it. You guys all passed. So now is the actual strategy part. So number one, we talked about the top-down analysis. We got to draw the trend lines. We've got to give structure to it. We've got to start at the top, work our way down. Once we've worked our way down and we've drawn the trend lines, this is number one. We've got everything drawn. We got our downward. We got an upward. Number two, this is the reason why we have that rule of our top-down analysis. When marking up our charts, when drawing our trend lines, when doing our top-down analysis, we have to make sure the price has not poked through yet, because that is when we enter our trade. When price tells us which one of these lines it broke after we did our price action, or after we did our chart analysis, then we know what position to take. So we've got number one, mark up the charts. Number two, wait for price to break one of these lines. Number three is when we take action. We get into a trade. Okay, I'm seeing it. I'm following. I'm seeing it. I'm right there with you. Number four, stay in the trade until price breaks another line. So it's just a matter of drawing lines and watching price either respect or break them. So this is just the super basics. This right here is what we're going to dissect today. So excited. Now I may have to have my camera off just for a little while, because a lot of these slides are going to be pretty important to see how they're marked up. So you guys won't be able to see my face for just a moment, but bear with me here. So we've got example number one. This is an upward trend line. We understand it. We see that we've marked up our chart. We've got an upward trend line. We've captured as many touch points as possible. Now, when we're referring to touch points, what I like to do is call them point A or point B. Point A is the pivot point. That's where it stays put. And then point B is where we get to move or adjust the line to any angle that we wish, any angle that we desire. So when you watched the example videos, you saw that we were able to position these lines wherever we wanted. But it was when we did that second click that solidified it. It put it on the screen. It marked it up. So I like to refer to this very first touch point as point A. So we've got our upward trend line. And this very first touch point is point A. This second touch point is point B. Point A, point B. So this is just kind of catching you guys up on terminology. You'll hear me say this many, many, many times today. Point A, point B. This is our upward trend line. Now we've got another point A. This is our downward trend line. This is, remember, we have still followed the rules to the T. This trend line, yes, 1, it's angled down. Great job. 2, we tried to capture as many touch points as possible. And 3, we followed our rule by making sure that price has not intersected. Price hasn't poked through. Price hasn't crossed through yet. So our upward and our downward trend lines here are correct. This is our point A, and this is our point B. This is the second point where the price has touched on the trend line. So we've got point A, point B on the upward. We've got point A, point B on the downward. Downward line, upward line. Beautiful. This is going to be a process, you guys, that we do for the rest of our lives. We are just going to be marking up charts, trying to capture point A's and point B's on literal repeat. Now, what happens when price actually breaks one of these lines? Could you go ahead and throw my camera back on? Now that we understand where that line was. Okay. Hi, guys. Okay, so this is the good part. This is the good stuff. This is what it actually looks like on a chart. We've drawn our upward trend lines. We have drawn our downward trend lines. And we've done it by the book. We've done it with our rules. Price didn't intersect, and we tried to capture as many touch points as possible, and we made sure that our downwards were angled down and our upwards were angled up. When price does break, now we get to actually call this line something other than an upward or a downward. So now for the newbies, it is time to go ahead and write down our next term that I need you guys to have ingrained into your brain. This is called an action line. These are terms, I'm telling you guys, I made them up. I made them up. You will not find an action line term anywhere in the trading industry. If there has, then maybe it's by chance. But these are terms that I have given these lines to help me implement my strategy and to help me see it so much more clearer. So this is called an action line. What is an action line? An action line is the line that was broken. This triggers our decision to place a trade. Remember, when we did our top-down analysis, when we did our chart markup, price didn't cross yet. It is only until afterwards when price breaks one of these lines. Now, the coolest part is we never know which one it's going to break. When we did our chart analysis here, right here, we didn't know which one was going to get broken. We didn't know if price was going to go up or down. We're never trying to guess here. We're just trying to follow the king. Remember the king? We have no say in this. All we did was just draw our lines and prepare for either one. We're preparing for the king to march north. We're preparing for the king to march south. In this scenario, the king said we're going south. Price is going down. When price breaks, that is our trigger. That's our indication to take action. That's why it's called an action line. This is where we enter a position. Safety line. Now that once one line gets broken, both lines now get a name. Now they actually get named. Think of it like Dobby and Harry Potter. Once he finally gets that sock, now doesn't make any sense. That was an analogy I thought it was gonna work. It didn't. Okay. But when price breaks our lines, now we get to call them something. Now it gets to have a name. So at first, it was just simply an upward line and a downward line. Got it, Tori. Yes, I'm following. Are we following? Let me just make sure I'm going to check in with the chat to make sure we are all still on the same page. Everybody's still here. Okay, there we go. We got an action. We got a safety. We don't have an action and a safety until price breaks. Beautiful. I promise you guys, for all of the experienced traders that are having questions like, do you wait for the candle close? Do you have the retest? We are going to hit those later. Everything I'm going through now is said in the exact order that it needs to, especially for the newbies. Okay, excellent. We're on the same page. Super exciting, guys. This can be done. I know you guys can replicate this. We're drawing lines on a chart, and we're waiting for the king to tell us what direction he's going in. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. So upward line, downward line. It isn't until the line gets crossed that now they both have a name. Oops, sorry, I lost. There we go. So the line that gets crossed is the action. The line that was broken triggers our decision to place a trade. Simultaneously, the opposing trend line, the opposite line, gets a name too. Boom, safety line. Newbies, we're writing down our second term here. Safety line. The safety line is the opposite line to the action line. This line keeps us safe. This line tells us how long to stay in our trade. This line is our risk management. This line is our stop loss. This line is telling us how much we're going to make or how much we're going to lose. This line is everything. This line is what makes me feel so confident and comfortable that we are going to be able to keep our capital. We're not blowing accounts anymore. We're not taking stupid losses anymore. This line tells us exactly, the decision making is out of it. We don't have to guess. We're just going to follow the king. And this line tells us how long the king is going to march in either direction for. Safety line is everything. Safety line equals risk management. Safety line equals stop loss. Safety line equals risk, whatever you guys want to call it. For the newbies, just know that this is called a safety line. And this keeps us safe. This keeps our capital safe. It's everything. This safety line, I'm telling you guys, has been the key to my success here, is just knowing when to take a loss, how much of a loss to take. Now we're going to go much more in detail, but this is just, I'm talking super basic overview. The line that gets broken, action line. The opposing trend line, safety line. Amazing. Now this is what it looks like. This is the next example here is what it looks like to actually play out. So we know when to get in. This is where we would get in. This is a completely separate example here of what it looks like to also get out. So we know when to get in, but now when do we get out here? We've got entry based on the break. I wish I could show you guys my mouse, but you can't. You'll just have to bear with me here. The circle. Entry, we get in because a downward trend line was crossed. Exit, we get out because our safety line was crossed. Now, this isn't the best example, but I just wanted to show you guys at least something of trade management before we get further in depth. And I can see here there's some discrepancies because we could have created the price higher. But anyways, just bear with me here. This is just, I want you guys to see what it looks like in and out, just to start us out, just to keep us going, to keep us excited. Entry, exit. This is a full trade. This is a round trip transaction. And everything that told us to get in and to get out was done purely with trend lines. That's it. Now, the horizontal lines. What are the horizontal lines? When do we draw horizontal lines? What is consolidation? What is price action? What are the horizontal lines here? We are going to add the horizontal lines as a bonus in today's session, but I have to preface it with saying that this is mostly for the experienced traders, for the vets. The horizontal lines, newbies, just plug your ears. Just don't even listen right now. The horizontal lines are just added confirmation. It is not the meat of the strategy here. So I will be talking about horizontal lines today, but it will just be a bonus. But essentially, horizontal lines. This is the basic term for them. Now, there are a lot more terms. Let me see if we go over them. No, we don't. That's okay. There are a lot more terms for the horizontal lines. Some people will call them support and resistance. Some people will call them supply and demand. My uncle used to call them high water marks and low water marks. I will call them support and resistance usually, but it's just essentially a horizontal line, a key level, also another term here. We will be going more in depth in the horizontal lines for those of you guys that have always been wondering and asking the structure and the system and how you mark them up. For the vet traders, it's going to be a bonus in today's session, but it is not, let me say it again, it is not the meat of the strategy. Actually, for the vet traders, I need you guys, if you are trying to replicate this system and this strategy today, I need you to write that down. Horizontal lines or support and resistance is not the meat of the strategy. Otherwise, I would have called myself a support and resistance trader. I am a trend line trader. I only use support and resistance as added confirmations. Okay, let's keep it going. I love that I get to talk to the newbies and I get to talk to the vets. Okay, moving on to risk management. Here we go. Risk management here. I want to first, before we get into a term called a stop loss, and before we get into actual dollar amounts, I want the newbies to see this visually. It's the best start, and then we can kind of get more into the nitty gritty. But this right here is a low risk setup. Why? Why is it a low risk setup? We've drawn our downward trend line and we've drawn our upward trend line. We know what an action line is and we know what a safety line is. We know that the safety line tells us how long to stay in the trade. We know that it equals our stop loss. We know that it equals our risk management. The safety line is everything. That's going to tell us how much of a loss to take. That's going to tell us how much profit to take. The safety line is everything. A low risk setup is a trade opportunity where the potential loss, the fee, remember that, the fee, is small and clearly defined, while the potential gain could be significantly larger. So it's just thinking this is a low risk. Think of it like a why not trade. If I'm just going to put cents on this and I could potentially make dollars, it's a low risk trade. This is the potential downside. If I get into a trade and the loss that I'm going to take is small, it's called a low risk setup. So for the newbies, this is another term that I need you guys to write down. Low risk setup, a trade opportunity where the potential loss fee is small. That's about it. And if you want to just screenshot this, you can go ahead and do that too, and just kind of keep these in your notes. And visually, this is what it looks like. Now, a high risk setup. Now, let me just preface it with this. The last thing that I'll say, since we're talking visually. Visually low risk setup, when we're using our lines, the risk is always going to be in conjunction to the safety line. How far away is it from the safety line? Is it close to the safety line? Is it far away from the safety line? It is all going to be in conjunction to the safety line, the risk, if it's low risk or high risk. In this visual representation right here, the price is very close to the safety line, very close to it. So that always means it's a low risk setup. This example, the price is very far away from the safety line. And actually, before I even get into this, I want to do a quick test to make sure that everyone's paying attention. You're still here with me. I know we're 2 hours and 21 minutes in. We've still got 11,000 viewers. Dude, you guys are killing it. Congratulations, dude. I'm so excited. Okay. For those of you guys, I got to make sure that you are still paying attention here. So in this example, before we get into high risk setup, and you can help me you can either use a color term or a direction term. Which one here is the example part? Which one here is the action line and which one is the safety line? In this view right here, which one is action, which one is safety? Okay, Maria says that the red line is the action line. That is correct. Red line is the action line. So then that means which one is the safety line? Which one is going to keep us safe? Boom. Green is safety. Okay, so you guys are following along. Excellent, 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 excellent. You guys are doing great. So now the reason why this specific example is called a high risk setup is because the distance from where the price is at right now to the safety line is far away. Visually, we can see that. It's very clear to see. Now we'll start adding numbers to it. The more we go into it, we'll start adding percentages to our risk. We'll start adding stop loss placement. But right now, I just want us to visually understand the difference between a high risk and a low risk setup. The distance between where the price is at now and the opposing trend line, our safety line, is far away. So this is considered a high risk setup. We accidentally got this wrong on the text. So disregard that saying low risk. It should say high. So now listen. A high risk setup is a trade opportunity where the potential loss, if gone wrong, is actually significantly larger. So now, for those of you guys that have been screenshotting to help take notes, this one, just make sure you put a note that this has the incorrect term. It should say high risk in purple here. So just make sure we're paying attention. So we understand the low risk. Got it. The distance between the price and the safety line. It's very close, equals low risk. Here, high risk setup. The distance between the price and the safety line. Very wide, very far away, equals high risk setup. You guys are doing great. Rule of thumb here. There is something called a stop loss that we're going to get into when we actually go over some chart analysis. I'm going to... mods, just make sure we're staying up to date because the chat can distract me in a split second and it throws the whole vibes off. I'm going to move to private chat here instead of comments. Okay, here we go. So rule of thumb here, your stop loss. This is also a new term, but we're going to be getting into it. I'll be walking you guys through hands-on. So I want you guys to actually see this stop loss being placed and understand what it is, but I'll give you guys just a quick overview before we get into it together. The stop loss is an order Just like any other, we've got buy orders, we've got sell orders. Well, this is another type of order that keeps us from losing all of our money, essentially. This is the stop loss is, think of it like the fire extinguisher. Remember we had gone over the kitchen analogy, the kitchen fire analogy when you're making dinner and in case there's a fire, what can we have handy in case things go wrong? This is it, stop loss. Stop loss equals fire extinguisher. This keeps us from losing all our money in case we get distracted, in case we get into the markets and we don't follow the king or we don't want to. This is kind of like a fail safe. It's going to close your trade regardless. So stop loss equals fire extinguisher. Now, as far as the placement, where does the stop loss go? We always want to make sure it is on the other side of the safety line. So for the experienced traders, for the vet traders that have maybe always wondered where does the stop loss go, you can take this screenshot here. For the vet traders that are taking notes, your rule of thumb is that the stop loss should never be on the safety line because we anticipate price to respect the safety line. Newbie traders, just kind of close your ears for a second here. For the vet traders, we anticipate that the price will respect the safety line and continue to move in our favor. So we will never put the stop loss on the safety line. It will always be on the other side. Okay, and now for the newbie traders. We will always make sure this stop loss, something that we're going to show you guys hands-on today, it will always go on the other side of the safety line. Oh, hold on, didn't work. Okay, now let's get into the actual numbers. Here we go. So rule of thumb, this is always great to just screenshot. This is the industry-wide rule of thumb. And everyone, this is the age-old question. This is what everyone asks. And this is what we need to have very clear and understand before we actually place trades, especially before we start placing live trades. We need to make sure that our fees, remember these fees that we were talking about, is a fee. Now, what does that number look like? How do I know what a fee is, Tori? We're going to be using these calculations above to help identify what our fees should look like. Our fees should be 2% of our capital. Now, for the vet traders, newbies, plug your ears, vet traders. I love that I'm just moving from side to side here. Vet traders, this number can change the more experience that you get in trading. I now risk about 4, sometimes 5%, sometimes 6. I've even risked 7 at times before based on intuition, based on the weight of a setup. But it's also based on my 10 years of trading experience. To the newbies, back to the newbies. When you're starting out, this is a great rule of thumb. 1 to 2% of your capital should equal your fee. How do we calculate that? Right here, we got capital size. Let's say that you are trading with $3,000 worth of capital. What does a fee look like? What does a normal loss look like if you're trading with $3,000 worth of capital? It is $60. Now, we can always use the 1 to 2%. It could be 1%, it could be 2%. Just we'll err on the side of 2 now just to keep it universal. But 1 to 2%. Now, let's say that you are trading $5,000 worth of capital. You need to be risking $100 per trade. That's what your fee is. Now, you guys can see the number keeps going up higher and higher and higher. So now that makes sense when we're talking about my account size. When I'm trading with $500,000, $600,000 worth of trading capital, my fee looks a lot freaking bigger than the $3,000 trader's fee. They're only looking at $60. So this is all going to be relative to capital size. How much capital do you have to trade, or how much are you trading with? When we start our sim trading journey, we want to use the most realistic number that we'll actually be trading with. So this is our risk management. This is our rule of thumb here. And the reason why we use this 1 to 2%, I'm going to use 1% as this next example, is when we're paying fees and we're trying to follow the king here. King's going north, king's going south, king's going north, king's going south. We have to pay a fee. Remember, it was uncomfortable to switch chairs. We have to pay a fee every single time the price changes direction. The king changes his mind. But the likelihood or the probability of us taking 100 fees in a row is so slim. So the reason we use this 1% rule, 1 to 2% rule, is because if we take, our account won't be blown, or we won't lose, we won't be part of that 80% category unless we take 100 losses in a row, 100 in a row. And the likelihood of you at least not getting one right, at least having one winning trade to offset that is super slim. The likelihood of you taking literally 100 trades in a row is so slim. Although, don't quote me on it because I'm sure somebody could make it possible. Somebody could go in and literally just be wrong 100 times. But at that point, I feel like you got to be really good to accidentally do 100 losses in a row. But the point of this is we're working with probabilities, and we're keeping this percentage so small that the likelihood of us catching a win and offsetting that is very high. So we would have to take 100 trades in a row that each one are a loss before we actually blow an account. And the likelihood of us actually doing that is so slim. So this is the point of us keeping our capital and working with probabilities. So if you haven't already, screenshot this rule of thumb. This is our risk management system. This is what it looks like on different account sizes. And these are the actual fees that we need to be paying. $60 fee, $100 fee, $200 fee. Now remember, fee equals loss. And remember, we take a loss when the king goes in the opposite direction, when the king decides to change his mind. Is it all coming together now? You guys all following? All right. Now I'm going to let you guys identify these 3 setups. So I'm going to open up the chat again. Here we go. I also only want the newbies to answer this as well because I'm pretty sure the vet traders will still be able to know this. So newbie traders, get ready. We're going to do a little bit of a quiz here. Make sure you guys are following along. Jefferson, we'll get into that soon. I promise you guys, I'm giving you everything you need. All right. Does the newbie traders have everything they need? Do the newbie traders have their hands on the keyboard? All right, here we go. We're going to be typing in low risk or high risk. We're identifying examples of a low risk trade or a high risk trade. Here we go. All right. Now actually you guys can go ahead and type it in, but I'm going to give you guys some context here. This is an instrument called MNQ. Now, I could ask you guys low and high risk without having anything on the chart. I could remove price, I could remove what instrument it is, and I could remove what time frame we're in. Time frame, instrument, price, and just purely show you price action. Remember what price action is, and you would be able to identify if this is high or low risk, which is amazing. But I want to start to spark the interest of some of the vet traders now. So for the newbie traders, don't feel like I'm moving too fast because we're going to go over this. But for the vet traders, just to continue to keep that engagement high and to keep you guys attentive, this right here is an example. This is a real live example of an instrument called MNQ. It is the futures market. It is the NASDAQ, and specifically the micro NASDAQ. Now, we're going to trade one contract, which is similar to a share for the newbies. You guys know what one share of Apple is. One share of Apple, one share of Amazon, one share of Chipotle. We know that a share is just something that you will own a piece of the company. You want to buy one share, you want to buy 2 shares, you want to buy 3 shares. When I say contracts, think of it exactly the same. Newbies, close your ears for a minute. Vet traders, when I say contracts, I am not referring to options in any way, shape, or form. I don't trade options and I don't have any experience in options. Newbie traders, when I refer to contracts, think of it exactly like a share. We're buying one share of Apple. We're buying one contract of MNQ. I'm trying to keep it bare bones for you guys. Okay, now let's look at this instrument here. We've got an account size of $5,000. So let's say that we've got Nelt. Let's say that we've got Nelt in the chat. I saw Nelt answer already. Let's say that Nelt is trading an account size of $5,000. And he's getting ready to place this trade. He's ready to get in. If he risks $764 on a 5K account, is this a high risk or a low risk trade? And everyone answered already. Let us see. Boom. If you said high risk, you were correct. So revert back to the calculations. If this is not 1 to 2% of his capital, this is a high risk trade. Why is this called high risk, and why do we try to avoid these? Remember, we talked about percentages. It would take 100 trades for you to blow an account if you only risk 1%. If, I forgot who we used as an example here. I think maybe I said Tift. I can't remember. If this person took this trade over and over and over again, it would only take him a few trades before he wiped out his entire account. This is why probability works in our favor when we use this 1 to 2% rule. If you start to risk 5%, if you start to risk 10%, if you risk 10% of your account, it's only going to take you 10 trades until everything you've worked for is gone. So this is why that 1 to 2% helps and works with probabilities, because it would take 100 trades. You have to get 100 trades wrong every single time just to blow that account. So this is where the probabilities work in our favor, and this is our risk management system here. Why we use this 1 to 2%. So if you answered high risk, you were correct. His capital size was $5K. He should have risked only $100, and instead, he risked $764. All right, next example here. I know it's a little bit blurry, but see if you guys can get it. Okay, next example. This one, for the newbies, go ahead and put your answer below, because you are basing your answer purely on the account size, the risk, and the visual example. Now, for the vet traders, this right here is an instrument called MCL. This is crude oil. This is a energy. It's based in the futures market in the energy category. And this is specifically the micro crude oil. Now, let's see who do we got in the chat here. Let's say we got Chuck. Let's say we got Chuck is ready to take a short position. He's ready to take a sell order. He is anticipating or following the king south, down. Something broke, price broke a line. He's thinking we're going down. If the king changes his mind or changes directions, he has to take a $115 loss. Is this a high or low risk trade? If we're purely basing it on our calculations. Boom. This is low risk. Why? Oh, did we get this right? This is capital size of 7,000 and it should say 3. Sorry, guys. We got a little bit of a discrepancy here. Let's say, for example, he was trading 7K, then it would be low risk if it was only $140. We might have gotten our examples mixed up. So sorry, guys. That one was on me. Okay, but you know what? We'll do one more example here, though. Based on this view, I know it's a little bit blurry, but for the newbies, I need to know just fully and clearly that you guys understand action line, safety line. In this example here, which one is the action and which one is the safety? Which one is action, which one is safety? Sorry, guys. We've been working with like at least 800, maybe 1,000 slides, so we might have gotten this one mixed up. Okay, so Cody says that green is action, and Lily says that, Lil Money says that red is safety. Okay, that is correct. So you guys can easily identify action line, safety line. Excellent. All right, next example here. We're both about to find out if this is correct or not. So we'll see if this one is right. The next one, we have got an account size of $4,000, and this person is ready to risk $671. Visually, looking at the distance between where the price is at and the safety line, is this high risk or low risk? This one is very easy. Well, I don't know. I mean, I say that. Everyone's guessing it. Yes, everyone's got it correct. This is a high risk trade. If the capital size is $4,000, this person should not be risking anything more than $80. What do you think, my guy? All right, so we've got high risk and low risk examples. We're going to do another one here just to really bring it home. You guys are going to see these screenshots. You guys are going to be presented with these every single day. You need to be able to identify high risk and low risk, especially depending on the time frame that you're going to get into, as quickly as possible. So being able to identify these as quickly as possible is going to be key here, only for the lower time frame traders. Okay, this is also MCL. This is micro crude oil. On a account size of $5,000, if somebody takes this trade, let's say that Albert Floyd takes this trade. Albert, let's say that you're getting into this trade, but the risk on this trade is $163. Is this high risk or low risk? All right, let's see what we got here. 163. It's on the higher risk side. Now, 163 versus 100 is a few percentage. So I would say still considered high risk. We still got to remember, if we're talking probabilities and we're talking percentages, how many trades would Floyd have to take before he blew his account, before account is gone? So the closer that we can keep these setups to that 1 to 2%, the better. But technically, this was over the 1 to 2%, so it was considered higher. We'll call it higher risk, but not I mean, he's not risking thousands. So we've gone over a few different ideas here. We're able to identify high risk and low risk. You guys are doing amazing, by the way. This is incredible. Okay, quick summary. We're just doing a quick overview here. We've got, everybody get ready. Here we go. We're just taking a quick break. We are 2 hours and 41 minutes in. You guys are doing amazing. Okay, summary. We've got our downward trend lines. It shows you where the price may continue to get pushed down. So we know how to draw them. We know that we're trying to identify as many touch points as possible. We know that it's angling down. We know that we're not intersecting price yet. Upward trend lines, we know that they angle up. It's holding the price up. We know that we're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. And same rule, price doesn't intersect. We've got it. Amazing. Together, these lines will guide your entries, your exits, and your risk management. These lines are everything. This is your trade management. This is your risk management. This is your entry criteria. This is your exit criteria. This is essentially the strategy in a nutshell, what we've gone over. And you guys have been able to identify it very well. You've been able to identify your action lines, your safety lines. You've been able to identify high risk and low risk setups. Now that's left is to just kind of get more into the nitty gritty, more into the kind of the nuances of it, adding more criteria. So we'll get a lot more into this, but you guys are doing amazing so far. Incredible. Now, the horizontal lines, we're going to get more into those a little bit later, but it's going to be a bonus. Remember, this is a bonus. Vet traders, it is not the meat of the strategy. This is just added confirmation. Newbie traders, you guys get a bonus lesson on marking up support and resistance and key levels here. But essentially, the horizontal lines, the key levels, the support and resistance, we're going to call them support and resistance just because that's what I do. But it is essentially the horizontal lines that you see on the chart. They can give extra confirmation or added confirmation when you are analyzing your key areas on the chart. We will get into that later. All right. Now, step 2, before we get into charts and before we actually do this together and I hold your hand, I want to remember we talked about training, testing, and tracking. I need to, just like how I had prefaced everything with psychology, before we actually started looking at charts, before we actually started seeing the strategy implemented, we needed to understand how we should think, how we should go about this, the mindset that we should have coming into it. So same strategy here, or same psychology. Dude, the trading words are just hitting me hard. Same idea here. I need you guys to understand testing before we actually get into the chart analysis itself, before we actually walk through this together, before I hold your hand and we do this together. The testing aspect. So remember, we've got an action line, we've got a safety line. The trend line break is the break that's set up. Sorry, give me just a moment, guys. The break setup that aims to enter, forget it, I'm not going to read that. We understand. We've got our upward trend line, we've got our downward trend line. We understand that when price breaks the trend line, it's our action. We call this a trend line break. So this is just kind of, think of it like a type of setup. We'll see. I mean, you guys, the vibes that I'm getting from the chat, everyone seemed to like catch on pretty quick. You guys understood the touch points, the making sure each line connected, and you understood action line and safety because the line got broken. So I think you guys will follow along on this next one fairly easily. We're not changing much. But essentially, the trend line break is a type of setup. It is a way to identify an entry using our trend lines. Our trend lines is going to be the holy grail of our strategy. It is the entire system. But we can also comb in a little bit closer. So we've started with this broad overview. And now we're just kind of narrowing it down a little bit more. So we're starting to get a little bit more momentum. We're going to work a little bit quicker, but try to keep up. And remember, if you guys stay on till the end, I will answer all the Q&As that we have. We're going to stay on for a Q&A section. But I'm going to try to move a little bit quicker, and we're going to get some momentum here. But this type of setup is called a trend line break. And it is point blank period, about as easy as it gets. The price is breaking a trend line. So this is called a trend line break. For the newbies, you guys are welcome to screenshot this. And just remember, keep a mental note. This is a type of setup. Moving on. Now, we've got some pros and cons to the break, the trend line break. One, now this is specifically, these terms are going to be specifically for the vet traders. And we get these questions all the time. Newbie traders, you might not even know what an indicator is, which is amazing. But for the vet traders, we do not use indicators for our entries or our exits or for this trend line break setup. We don't. We will just purely use our trend lines and price action, which is amazing. This is a very clear rule-based system. You guys answered the questions immediately and very clearly, and I'd say 90% of you guys were correct in identifying which one is an action, which one is a safety, and identifying high and low risk. You guys know when to get in and when to get out. We'll get more in depth on the trade management aspect and more in depth on the actual exit criteria a little bit more later in today. But you guys, I essentially understood the overview. So very clear, rule-based. This is what this system is. Step by step, we're just drawing lines and following rules. Remember, if you can draw lines and follow rules, you can succeed in this strategy. And that's all we're doing. So very clear, rule-based system. This builds patience. It builds discipline, being able to act on the rules. I will say the cool part about the reason, and this is just kind of essentially listing off the pros and cons of this specific setup, the trendline break setup. But I will say, when we do our top-down analysis, remember, we have to start at the top, work our way down. We are marking up our charts. We're drawing our trend lines. We're making sure that each one connects to the other. But then the kicker here is that we're making sure price doesn't intersect. The patience that this strategy gives you, or the patience that you develop when implementing this strategy, is greater than most, because you truly have to wait for price to break one of these lines to even consider an entry, which is pretty cool. Now, depending on what time frame you trade on, you could be waiting hours for price to break. You could be waiting days for price to break. The coolest part about this strategy is it develops so much patience. And I think that's a quality that a lot of traders need. You guys need more patience in your life. Come on, if I'm being honest. So this strategy specifically helps develop that trait, patience, because we have to wait. Once we've done our top-down analysis, we have to literally sit on our hands and wait for price to break. This is well-defined setup. It's we clearly have understood. Price breaks, you get in. Price breaks, you get in, it's an action line. Price breaks the opposing line, you get out, it's the safety line. It works on multiple instruments. Now, the coolest part, and I don't think the vet traders have even noticed, the reason why I'm showing you guys this example right here, I'm going to quickly pivot to the vet traders because this part is fascinating, and this part makes so much sense. For the vet traders, you would never, I'm sorry, but I know for a fact you would not be able to tell me what instrument this is, what time frame this is, or what market this is. Based on this example right here, I know for a fact you won't be able to tell me it. You won't be able to tell me what time frame or what instrument this is. And this showcases that this strategy can work on any instrument, any time frame, in any market, because it is purely price action. We're just drawing lines on a chart and waiting for price to break. So it does not matter what time frame you're in. It doesn't matter what chart you're trading. It doesn't matter what instrument or what market. All we are doing is drawing lines on our chart. So this is this is like, oh, you're right. I don't know what time frame this is. I don't know what instrument this is, but I can see exactly where we would draw the lines. So this is just kind of one of the cool parts about the strategy itself, and especially this setup, this trend line break setup. It is repeatable. Now, this is starting to go a little bit more into the nitty gritty. So this is newbie traders. You guys are doing amazing following along. We're going to continue the momentum here. But now when we get the break, so you guys know action line, you guys know safety line. This is creating some more criteria, getting a little bit more into the nitty gritty. How do we, when we're presented with an entry, which we know price has to break one of these lines. So you guys can see in this example right here, we've got price breaking through the upward trend line. When we get this break here, we know this is when we enter. But now, what are some things that we've noticed? And this is something that I have noticed over the past 10 years. I have been able to identify certain types of setups. Remember I said a trend line break is a type of setup. Now I want to know a little bit more. I want to know more than just the simple break. I want to know when price breaks and I get an action and I've got a safety, how many touch points? How many times has the price respected these lines? And this is called a 2 touch point trend line break. So when price breaks our line, we got an action, but this is where it has 2 touch points prior. So this is just something for us to remember. Yesterday I talked about science experiment. I talked about treating trading as a science experiment. This is now getting into the science experiment aspect. So now we're kind of shifting from that elementary, that beginner, that newbie. I understand the strategy. I understand trends. We got action line. We got safety line. I know when to get in, when to get out. Amazing. But now we're going to get a little bit more scientific with it. Now we want to know a little bit more. We're just curious. What does this specific setup have in common, or what outcome does it have versus this setup? So these are some things that we're going to get more in depth on, but this is the basic overview. Is when presented with a setup, how many touch points does it have? I'm curious. Does it have 2? This is an example. So this is the illustration. This is what it looks like on an actual chart. We've got a 2 touch point trend line break. This is just getting a little bit more scientific and wanting to know a little bit more about the setup. If I told you this was just a simple, we got an action line and safety line, you guys would be following. But now we just want to know a little bit more. This specific setup is a 2 touch point trend line break. We've got something called a 3 touch point trend line break. Same system, same setup, same criteria. We've got an action line and a safety line. We've got a high risk and a low risk setup. Amazing. You guys are following along. But now we want to know something a little bit more. When price breaks, how many touch points did it have? This specific setup had 3 touch points. And this is what it looks like on an actual chart here. Same system, same setup. We're getting in because price broke a line, and we're staying in because it's respecting our safety line. But this is what a 3 touch point trend line break looks like. These are just different types of setups. This is us getting more curious and getting into a little bit more of the nitty gritty and a little bit more of the nuances, and treating it more like a science experiment than just our basic entry and exit. So now we're just getting a little bit more calculated with it. What does this setup have in common, or what results does this setup produce versus what results does this setup produce? Now we'll go more in depth in it, but this is just the very start overview of it. 2 touch point trend line break, 3 touch point trend line break. Now we've got this one. I'm getting ready to throw y'all for a loop. So get ready and buckle up. This is something completely new. We haven't gone over it yet, but I trust that you guys can follow. You understand when price breaks, that's our entry. We've got an action line, we've got a safety line. This is something very new. For the newbie traders, go ahead and take a screenshot of this one. This is a term that we haven't gone over yet. This is called a break and retest. For the vet traders, you guys may know what this is, and you're like, finally, I was waiting for her to talk about it. Now is the time we are talking about the break and retest. Go ahead and take a screenshot of it and make a note of this. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to just make a quick note here. Give me 1 second. You guys take a screenshot, write this down. We got a break and retest coming right up. Okay, here we go. All right. What is the break and retest? You guys already know what the break is. Very clear. I'm just adding one extra step. A retest is when price breaks our action line. We know which one is an action. We know which one is a safety. It is when price breaks our action line and then touches it from the other side, or retests it from the other side. We will go over more of these examples soon, we've got a lot of time together and we got a lot of Q&A session that we've got to go over. But this is the most broad overview of a break and retest. This is just yet another type of setup. Remember, we have a trendline break setup, and then we've got a 2 touch point trendline break. We got a 3 touch point trendline break. This is just yet another setup. All the same strategy, just different ways to look at it. We are just trying to identify the science experiment version of it. This is a break and retest. Price breaks our action line and touches it from the other side. As simple as that. Touches our action line from the other side. We are continuing. Now, this is what it looks like on an actual chart. This is the break. We've got 1, 2, 3 touch points. Amazing. We got our downward trend line. We got an upward. We know which one is an action. We know which one is a safety, which amazing. You guys are doing incredible that you're already following along. Now, this is an example where the price broke the line. The downward red line is our action. And then it came back and touched it from the other side. This is called a break and retest. It's very straightforward. Break, retest. Touches it from the other side. This is just a different type of setup. Break, retest. Now, this one, also going to throw you guys for a loop here, but this is one that I used to implement in my very early trading years. This is called the bounce. So this is where I need the newbies to kind of follow along. So this one is, the only thing that we're going to shift is you understand that when price breaks a trend line, it becomes an action, and then the opposing trend line is the safety. This is a scenario, or this is a type of setup where the action line and the safety line are actually one and the same. Action line and safety line exactly the same. Why would we get into a position when we are thinking that the action and the safety is the same? How do we navigate it? How would we get into a trade? How would we get out of a trade? So this is where we are anticipating that the price, or the king, we're anticipating that the king is going to respect the downward trend line. Now, this is a downward. It could be upward. It could be downward. This specific example is a downward trend line. This is where the price touches the line. We've got 1 touch point, and then it came up. I wish you guys could see my mouse, but when we actually go into our charts, we'll be able to do this together. But we've got 1 touch point and then 2 touch points. It's where the price came up to the line and then respected it. Action line and safety line are one and the same. So when price got to the line, it told us to take action. Now, what's cool is we're still using the same terms. Action line, safety line. When price gets to the action line, for the playbook bounce specifically, we get in. Now, we've got a downward trend line, so we are anticipating that the price is going to respect the downward trend line. So we know when we draw downward trend lines, we've got our lower highs. We're anticipating that the price is just going to continue to create lower highs. It's going to continue down. So we are getting in sell positions, short positions. The only difference here is we're not waiting for price to break. We're actually waiting for price to bounce off of it. So this is why this is called a bounce playbook, or a bounce setup. For the newbie traders, I just realized I didn't say what playbook was, but playbook equals setup, one and the same. Playbook equals setup. So I'll say one of the 2 different terms. But this right here is a bounce playbook, or a bounce setup. This is where we are anticipating that the price is going to bounce off of the downward trend line. Amazing. Now, when do we close the trade? We know when to get in. Okay, if price bounces off the line, amazing, got it, that's our action. When do we get out? The action line and the safety line is one and the same. If the price finally breaks the line, breaks the safety, just like we've always done before, just like we went over in the past, that's our indication to get out. That is our risk management. That is how much of a fee we know we're going to take. When the price does not respect the line, does not bounce off of it and actually breaks through it, we know that is our time to close the trade. Now, we will go more in depth in this a little bit sooner, but I at least want you guys to have a visual idea of what it looks like, just an illustration here before we go through it in real time on the charts. So this is an example of a bounce playbook, a bounce setup, anticipating that the price is going to respect the line, anticipating the price is going to bounce off of the line. Action line and safety line are one and the same here. Now, for the newbie traders, if I'm losing you, stay with me. This is just more for the vet traders that are looking for the different types of setups that I use in my trading, how to execute on them, what do they look like, and the different types of setup that I do use. This is an example of the bounce setup in real time on the chart. So we've got price respected this line. You can see it's got these 3 touch points, these 3 circles. The king respected this upward trend line 3 times, bounced off of it, bounce, bounce, bounce. Each one of these touches are indications to get in, entry. Remember, price, if it respects it, if it bounces off of it, it becomes action and safety. One and the same. Okay, now I just wanted to show you guys these ideas, these examples before we get into it. I just don't want you guys to be so thrown off. We will go through these step by step on the charts, but I just need you guys to see at least a visual representation of it. Okay, if we're turning trading into a science experiment, what does it look like to create these different types of setups? Now we've got to have some sort of hypotheses when we're coming into trading, or when we're turning trading into a science experiment. So these are just different types of setups. So you've at least got one screenshot photo version idea of what a 3 touch point trendline break looks like, what a 2 touch point trendline break looks like, what a break and retest looks like, and what a bounce looks like. These are just different types of setups. But we've got our tried and true trendline break setup. That is the meat of the strategy. This is what we've gone over for most of today's strategy session. But now tracking. This is the last step here before we actually get into the charts and place our first trade. You guys are doing amazing. Let's keep up. Let's keep it going. I know we are 3 hours in. Okay, tracking. This is one of the most important parts. If we are implementing all of this science experiment, different playbooks, different setups, we have got to track what's working. Over time, you're going to notice. Over time, you're going to notice what's working and what is not. What is making you more money and what's losing you more money. And this is where the tracking comes into play. Now we can start getting more curious about the types of setups that we're taking. Journaling helps you see reoccurring mistakes or reoccurring setups that are working or not. This is where you can get a bird's eye view of, oh, I took now the reason why we need to know these names or these terms is so that we can help kind of double down on what is working or comb out what's not. But now that you know what a bounce setup is, or a 2 touch point trendline break, or a 3 touch point trendline break, or a break and retest, now that you know what those are, you can experiment. Now we can treat this like a science fair project and see which one of these works best for us, which one of these works best for our instrument, best for our time frame, best for our market. We've got to be able to see the reoccurring setups. So we've got to be able to track this. Having a record on every trade forces us to be so much more intentional. Otherwise, it is so easy to just aimlessly start placing trades. We've got to track it. We've got to see what is working, what's not. We've got to track everything so that at the end of the week, at the end of the day, at the end of the month, are we in the green? How many trades did we take? What types of setups did we take? We've got to track it. We got to know what we did, and we got to be intentional. We cannot aimlessly. This is where we're separate. Remember, this entire session, this entire strategy, psychology, strategy, everything that we're doing is just slowly trying to work towards that 10% of traders that are profitable and away from the 80%. There are so many traders that will just aimlessly place trades, and they'll continue to do it for months, for years. We want to be so intentional about our trading, about our setups, so that we can continue to work on what's working and narrow out or comb out what's not. This stops you from impulsive trades, revenge trading. If you newbies don't know what revenge trading is, you will soon. You will soon. But this also creates a record. So this is the coolest part. This is where I get to showcase my trading because I have a record of it. I have a record of all of the trades that I've placed for years and years and years so that you can see, guess what? The strategy works. Then if you want to get more into the nitty gritty, okay, Tori's strategy works, amazing, up top. But now let's see what types of setups is she taking that's working. And this is just cold hard facts. These are numbers. They don't lie. It's very clear. It's fact. You can't argue with this. This is where tracking our trades and being intentional with our setups and making sure that we're tracking every trade, we're creating a record so that we can collectively see overall, is this working or not? And this is the best place to prove it to yourself. You can't argue with it. You can't be like, I'm a crummy trader. And then you're looking at all of these stats and it's working. Or you think you're a great trader and then you're looking at the stats and they're awful. You can't argue with the numbers. And it does keep you honest. It keeps you honest, if I'm being real. If you guys are going on tilt and then you go back and look at your numbers, oh, maybe I placed maybe 20 trades today. That's a little excessive. 40 trades in a week, maybe that's a little excessive. So it keeps you honest also. And it shows progress over time, which is amazing. I mean, you want to be able to see the results. You want to be able to see kind of you want to be able to see actually the $300 trade that I placed years ago versus the trade that you are placing now. Is there a difference? Is there any progress? Are you doing better? So it's just being able to see your progress over time. One of the most fulfilling things. Sometimes it's easy to kind of lose sight. And if you go back to the beginning and remember we got in that time machine and I said, okay, guys, imagine yourself 90 days from now, 90 days from today. Where are you at? You understand the strategy. You understand the system. If you go 90 days from now and you haven't tracked anything that you've done now, you won't be able to see the progress. So start tracking what you're doing right now, your trading that you're doing now, so that 90 days from now, a year from now, 6 months from now, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years like me, 5 years like me, see the difference from the trades at the beginning to now. It is a clear representation of the progress you've made. And it is so fulfilling. It's like, oh, lost sight a little bit. Didn't think I was making much progress. Oh, when you compare it to the first trades you placed, you're doing incredible. You're doing amazing. It also reinforces trust in your system. So I wouldn't be able to show you guys my win percentage, my stats, my win to loss ratio. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see any of that if I didn't track it. And this reinforces, oh, the system is working. I can get consistent results. Every time I take a loss, my winners outweigh the loss. So this is where it just reinforces trust. Just like the entirety of day one was showcasing strategy, showcasing me as a mentor, and then showcasing that you guys can do it. So this also reinforced trust in the system. Super important here, guys. So solid journaling gives you the data. The data will give you what you need to justify. Ooh, this is the best part, is when you do start to finally increase your position size. This is where you cannot and you should not, and you definitely don't start increasing position size until your data is showing that you can do this consistently. You can be profitable and you can do it over and over again, and you can repeat it. You can replicate it over time. And now just purely by working off data and showing that it works based on probabilities as well, does your losers outweigh your winners? Now we can even consider position sizing up, increasing position size. And that's moving from maybe 1 micro contract to 2 micro contracts. Maybe it's moving from 10 micro contracts to 1 mini, maybe 2 minis. Maybe it's moving from 1 share to 2 shares of something. So this is just where tracking and being able to see it done over time will help justify if it's time to increase your position size. If it's time to level up, is it time to grow? Do you have the data to back it up? It's such an exciting thing too, when you're finally like, ooh, I've passed. I have the data. Now, what are some of the ways that you can track your trading? You could use a notebook. You could write down your trades. You could write down your entry. I've done this. I used to do this many years ago. I actually had a ledger card. But you could write down the date, the time. You could write down the instrument that you're trading. Maybe it's Apple. Maybe it's crude oil. You could write down the price you got in at, $110, how long you stayed in your trade, the price you closed it at, and then how much money you made. You could do that for every trade. You could. Is it very difficult to do? I will say yes. As a day trader placing multiple trades a day, that does get redundant and it does get very hard to be consistent at. Is it possible? Yes. Is it a little bit harder to track the data overall? Now, yes, you'll be able to see at the end of the day, are you positive or negative at the end of the week? But it just becomes very difficult to start collecting that data. Absolutely possible though, using a notebook. You could even use a spreadsheet, something like Excel or Google Sheets. Same scenario here. You would enter maybe the time, the price, when you got in, when you got out, how much you made. but it's still very manual. It's just you're typing instead of writing it down. Also still very possible. Or you can use a trading platform that has a built-in journal. Screenshots also could work for journaling. Voice and video logs could work for journaling. So there's a lot of different options here. The point is, though, you need to track it some way. If one of these calls to you more than the other, then do it. But the point is, if you're using the video logs, if you're using the screenshots, if you're using the trading platform, if you're using the spreadsheet or the notebook, the point is we need to be able to track it, though. Overall, we need to see, okay, what's working and what's not. Now, this is an example of what a journaling platform looks like. This is specifically TradeZella. Foreshadowing here at the end of today's session. We've got an amazing announcement for the end of today's session. Stay tuned. We're getting close, but you guys are doing amazing. We still got to place our first trade together, but I need you guys to know how to track it, how to journal it before I just send you on your way after we place our trade. So you need to know how to track the trade. Why is it important and how do I do it? This is an example of a trading journal called TradeZella. This is an example of what my notes look like when you are tracking your trade. Now, what's super cool about TradeZella is it does it automatically. And I'm not here to sell you on TradeZella. I'm just telling you it makes your life a little bit easier. It is synced with my brokerage, and it will automatically populate and pop in my trades every time I place one. The only thing that I need to do is go into the notes section and add some of the nitty gritty. I was working. I was feeling this way. I felt good about this loss. I felt bad about this loss. And I can add tags, time frames, mistakes, all of the things. So you can just get so much more scientific with it, which is how we want to treat trading, like a science fair project. We want to add as many notes as possible so that we can calculate our calculations. According to my calculations, this is working or this is not. Now, this is another example of a trade breakdown. This one looks fun and pretty. This one is a little bit more intense. This is going through the entire thing. There's two extremes. You can be very extreme, or you could be, a little bit more broad and overview. Okay, this is how I track my trade, or this is how I track my trade. And it will look different for everyone. But the point here again is to make sure that we are treating trading like a science experiment. We are trying to see what's working, what's not, with the least amount of variables as possible. A scientist doesn't just run the experiment once and then guess what happens. No, we carefully record every step and track everything. We are taking notes. We're looking at it from different angles. We're trying to see, okay, yes, no, but the variables need to be small, is my point here. Over time, those notes will reveal patterns. It will confirm your theories. Maybe you thought, I suck at the retest, or I hate the break and retest. It never works. Well, if you go back and look at data over time, that was just a theory in the moment. Does it actually work or does it not? Show the data, show the stats. Let's look at it from a very factual perspective here. Don't just say, every time it does this. And trust me, you guys will find yourself doing it because I've done it before. But the point is, the journaling helps us create consistency. It holds us accountable. And this truly just narrows it down. It creates more of a system, and it helps us kind of pivot if we need to. Lots of tracking, but trading works the same way every time. Tracking, journaling, collect your data, track, journal, trade, track, journal, trade, track, journal. Every single trade. The setup, the reasoning you took the trade, the outcome. This becomes part of your experiment. You're not guessing. I don't want you guys guessing after this today. I want you guys to have such a clear, remember all the things that you said you would get, or the things that I said that you guys would get after these 3 days? You need a clear step-by-step system. So we're not guessing. We are going through a clear checklist, a clear step, a clear system, so that we know why we're getting in and we know why we're getting out. But we do need to track it so that we can come back, a week later, a month later, and see, okay, this is working. You can prove it to yourself. Don't let me prove it to you. Don't let me tell you guys that this trendline trading system works. Don't let me do that. I want you guys to actually prove it to yourself. I want you guys to actually do the work, make sure that you're tracking everything, and then see the numbers yourself. Don't let me try to convince you. I don't want to have to convince you. I want you to convince yourself. That's the easiest way, If you do it yourself and actually see the results and see it being done through tracking over time. And the point here is just to be able to see that it's repeatable. I don't want you guys to think that you won a trade and it was just lucky. I want you guys to be able to know that you can do this again. You can repeat it because you got a system and you've got steps and you got checklists. So this is where it's not just you got lucky in one trade. I want you guys to track it and journal it so that you know you can do it again and again and again. And you have the confidence every time. Even when the king, which remember, I'm telling you, I wish we could do a reunion, a Trader in 3 Days Challenge reunion, so I could go back, maybe 90 days from now and see where you guys are at and be like, okay, did you feel like how tricky that was when I told you to move from long positions to short positions, move from this chair to that chair, to obey the king when he kept marching north and south? It gets tricky, but you got to be able to track the stats, to showcase no theory, hard numbers, actual data, actual stats to show you that it can be done. You want to look back, you want to spot the patterns, you want to refine your approach. This is how you move from the random trial and error to actually running a strategy like a scientist. That science fair experiment. So the tracking and the journaling, I don't want to go over too much because we have an amazing day tomorrow to go over it. I'll let you guys know a little bit more sooner, but later. But summary of the tracking, or summary of actually just this process. Now we're getting ready to get into the charts. So everyone already has TradingView up. By now, I'm sure 3 hours and 16 minutes later, you have signed into TradingView. And you are at least signed up and you are logged in and it is up and ready to roll. You should have had it. Do it now because we've just got a quick summary of the training, the testing, and the tracking. The training, we understood, we walked through the system. We know what the system is. We know what the steps are. We know what the setup is. Amazing. Testing. Now we need to get the reps in. Now we need to do it together in real time on the charts so that we can test it. We can see that it works. We get the reps in. We build that muscle memory. And then last is tracking. We need to make sure that we need to build a rapport is not the word. We need to build a record, just essentially. We need to build a record so that all of the training we've done, all of the testing we've done is being tracked so that we know what's working and what's not. So that we know this is working, we can do it. The numbers don't lie. The numbers are showing us. So this 3-step process, or this 3 simple process of just the training, testing, and tracking is what's going to get you to consistency. It's going to get you to profitability. It's going to get you to really being that trader, embracing not an unprofitable trader, not a trader who doesn't really know what they're doing, an actual trader, a calculated trader, a trader who has a system, who has a process, who has risk management. So this is so important, just using these 3 steps here: training, testing, and tracking. We've done it all so far. Knowing what you know now, do you feel more confident in taking your first trade now? All of the newbies, how do you feel? After everything we've gone through the strategy, we've gone through the testing, we've gone through the system, we've gone through the tracking, we've gone through the training. Now do you guys feel more confident? Okay, wait a minute. We got a little bit of a lag. There we go. Okay. We've got Eduardo, Crystal's ready. Lil Money is more confident. This wasn't crazy. This system wasn't complex. This is just truly, when I said on the first day, if you can draw lines and follow rules, this is it. You guys saw it. This is what it looks like. Okay, amazing. Jody's ready to go. Okay, remember, at the very beginning, when we're taking our first trade together, when we're doing our testing, our training, our tracking, we're making sure that we do it in sim first. So if you guys are kind of losing track of the vision, go back to this live and watch psychology. But right now, we need to get into the actual, okay, am I confident? Am I prepared? Can I identify a setup, and can I get in and can I get out? Let's go. Now, For those of you that I said, do you feel more confident on taking your first trade? That's obviously for the newbies. But for the vets out there, specifically for the vets, do you guys feel more confident with trading in general? Trading in general, maybe a more simple setup in general, but for the trading vets here today. So this is specifically for you guys. So based on the information that we've gone over, do you guys feel more confident? Okay, incredible. Let's go. All right, we got Justin. Beverly feels more confident. Daniel's ready to jump back in. Daniel, let's go. Somebody already took a trade. I knew you guys would. I knew you would. Okay, all right. I knew the vet traders would. I knew they would take what I showed and just ran with it. Okay, amazing. All right, Carrie. Carrie feels ready. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, Jabby. All right, so we've been able to, I don't know how I managed to do it, but the fact that I can somehow relate to the newbie traders and the vet traders in one session is just incredible. It is not an easy feat. I'll have you guys know. Very difficult to still keep the vet traders attentive and to not move too fast for the newbie traders. But this is it. This is the system. This is the risk management. This is the entry. This is the setup. And this is what we're going to do over and over again. Are you guys happy that you showed up today and learned everything that we discuss? Okay. All right, all right, all right. Kevin's saying yes. Perry's saying yes. Dude, this was a lot of information. You guys did incredible. You hung on for 3.5 hours. You sat through the system. You sat through the strategy. You sat through the setups. But now I'm curious. Are you guys happy that you even joined today and learned everything that we went over so far? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. I'm so excited that we're going to, for the newbies that are placing their first trade, the fact that you guys even say you feel confident is an absolute accomplishment for me. The fact that you guys feel ready to do this together, actually feel confident to do this together, is a huge accomplishment for me. You guys have no idea. So exciting. Okay, I will say really quick before we move on, I am curious just what we've gone over so far. What was your favorite part about the session so far? We're breaking it up a little bit here. What was your favorite part so far just from today? Today specifically. Dude, the simplicity of it, absolutely. The simplicity of it's one of my favorites. That's my absolute favorite part. I get so excited to just blow some people's minds that this is it. You can learn my entire system, my entire strategy in 3.5, 4 hours. It's truly that digestible. Ooh, okay. So psychology was your favorite. Jax was the simplicity. That's usually it. The fact that it was straightforward. The setup, the simplicity, the psychology. Ooh, okay. The high risk versus the low risk. I like that too. All right. Siobhan says the break and retest. K Latte says everything. That's fair too. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Edris says that the strategy is simple. It's easy to understand. That's what I'm talking about. This is it. Entry and exit points. Easy to understand and totally simple. Dude, you guys, this gets me so excited. I'm so glad. When I tell you this, just it's not what the industry has painted trading to be. The industry has painted trading to be this insane, complex. There's no freaking way you're not smart enough to do this. I'm better than you. Industry. And you guys saw today that it's not. It's not at all. Simplicity is it. I'm so excited. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Mark says, I wish I knew this strategy 8 years ago. Be the greatest loser. Follow the king. Action line, TK. Christian says that his favorite part is that there's no indicators. Okay, okay, okay. Henrik says that everything is gold. I'll take it. All right. So, do you guys realize that the advantage that you have now, do you realize the advantage you have coming into the markets when trading? Do you realize that you have an advantage? Are you aware that you have an advantage now before getting into the markets. And we could call this, instead of an advantage, most people will call it an edge. Do you realize that you guys have an edge now when approaching the markets? Okay, amazing. Yes, that is what I need to hear. We have an edge and we have an advantage, not just purely by strategy or system, but we also have a psychological edge. At the very beginning, we started, okay, we already know how many people lose. We're going to try to dissect that, do the opposite of what they do, and come into this very aware, fully aware of what the market is designed to do, how to approach it. We've got an advantage. We really do. And the fact that you guys are able to identify that is amazing. So already you guys have an advantage when coming into trading, psychologically and strategy-wise. You guys already typed in yes. You did amazing. Now, another part that I am curious about, before we get into the trade together, which we're going to do, but let's just say, could you see yourself doing what we covered today? Could you see yourself actually implementing it, actually doing this without me, on your own? Now, we're going to do it together, and I'm going to show you guys step by step. But based on the information, the strategy, the system, the checklist, the steps, can you see yourself doing this now? Does it not look so intimidating anymore? Like, can you actually see yourself doing this? Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. Amazing. Okay. You can see yourself doing this. The system is so tangible. It's so doable. So you should be able to see yourself doing it. I'm so excited for you guys. Lauren is ready to go. Let's go. Let's go, Lauren. All right. Sharon's ready to go. JP's ready to go. JP thinks so. JP, I feel like this is, we'll work more together today. But just thinking, we went through a pretty clear system, a pretty clear structure. Seeing yourself actually do it. You guys have been able to identify a setup pretty well. An action line, an entry very well, an action line very well, a high risk setup very well, low risk setup very well. You guys have developed an advantage already, just on today. Now, even if you only implemented one thing, let's say that you maybe you weren't able to make it for the entire day today. But if you grabbed one thing from today, would you still think it was time well spent? One thing. Even maybe this is for some vet traders who are just trying to find a little extra clarity, a little extra something. They're like, I got a system, I've been trading, it's a little complex, I just need a little something. Maybe it's just purely psychology. Imagine any trader today, any strategy, if they could grasp the psychological aspect of today's session, huge improvement. Just the way that you look at the markets, the way that you look at losses, the way that you remove emotion and resentment towards the price. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. All right. Okay, would you guys like to spend even more time together, going even deeper? Like really just diving in here. Okay. Amazing. Here we go. More time, going even deeper. Now, I will give you guys the honest truth here. Even after 2 days of in-depth sessions, I'm spilling my heart here. I'm giving as much information as I possibly can. I am regurgitating everything that I have learned in these 2 days as much as I possibly can. But just like I had prepped you guys in the beginning of psychology, just understanding that, okay, we know how many people lose their money when they come into trading. We know the statistics. We know how we need to look at the markets. So we have to also understand that even though I've given you guys 2 days so far of an incredibly in-depth session, it's not going to build years of habits. So as long as everyone understands that, it's the honest truth, but I'm giving you guys as much as I possibly can in 2 days so far. Okay, but everyone's understanding that. Everyone understands. Incredible. Okay, so making sure that you guys understand. It's so much information. Okay, also, give me just a moment. I'm taking a look at time here. Okay, still doing good. I'm not leaving you guys without having to have walked you guys through a session. But I want to remind you guys of the giveaways. First of all, congratulations. Congratulations to everyone that has made it 3.5 hours in. If you guys have made it this far, you have already qualified for the giveaways. This is just a reminder for everyone. I know you guys are curious. I mean, you don't have to stay too long. Do you qualify for the giveaways? So if you've made it this far, I'm trying to remember how many we're doing. 5,000 50K account giveaways. We're also giving away $2,000 worth of TradeZella. But also, speaking of TradeZella, day 2. So we've gone over kind of showcasing myself, my strategy, and getting you to believe that you can do this. Day 1. Day 2, a lot of information. Strategy, system, psychology, steps, checklists, setups. On day 3, we have the founder of TradeZella. He is a verified 8-figure trader, and he's going to walk us through the importance of being able to track these setups, track these trades. What is it? How does it result in success over time? So when I tell you guys, I don't think you understand the fact that I even have any amount of his time for tomorrow. We're going to be joined with Umar Ashraf, who is founder of TradeZella, verified 8-figure trader. And we actually have okay, fine. I'll just give you guys the special announcement now. I'm trying to figure out with the team, am I allowed to say this? Am I not? Am I saying it yet? But Umar Ashraf is going to be actually breaking down actual traders' stats, you guys' stats in tomorrow's session. Now, you do have to submit the stats. You got to give us the stats to break down live. But specifically for the vet traders who have been trading, who have stats, who have a backlog of trades, and want an 8-figure verified trader who's been trading for, I think Umar's been trading for a little bit longer than I have. Maybe 11 years, maybe 12 years, something of that nature. I've been trading for 10. But to have both of us actually dissect your trading stats, give live feedback. So that's going to be hosted on tomorrow's session for day 3. So do not forget, day 3, we'll be going through actual live trading stats. Now, for information on how to submit your trading stats, just make sure that you are in the community, in the Circle community, and you have submitted those. We'll give you guys a full breakdown on what we're going to need from you to actually do those live trading breakdowns tomorrow. But super exciting. So we've got lots of stuff going on still. So even though you've made it here now, we've gone through the system, the strategy, the checklist. We still need to walk through the actual live trade together. But now, remembering that we've got the giveaways, what's going on tomorrow, what you guys need to do to prepare for tomorrow, everything, all of the information is going to be in the Circle community. So just make sure that you guys are in there. In case I forget something or didn't say it correctly, all of the information is going to be in there. Okay. Now, before we move into our charts, let me make sure I have got my trading view up. All right. We're going to move into our charts. I'm going to have to screen share, so just give me a moment, guys. Here we go. Screen sharing. Now, I'm going to use TradingView on, whoop, I just spit. I'm going to be using TradingView on the web. So this is the web version of TradingView. I feel like that's what most of the beginners use. Very similar to the application version or the program. All right, now let me just make sure my screen sharing works. Give me just a moment here. All right, screen share, and then I want to make sure that we're just doing a window. Okay. All right. Drop in the chat if you guys can see my chart yet. You might not be able to. Let me know if you guys can see it. All right. Amazing. Okay, guys, we're getting into it. We're placing our first trade together. Now, I'm still carving out time for a Q&A today. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Give me just a moment. I got to make sure everything's set up. I got to change the aspect ratio here. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, we're going to start with an instrument called crude oil. So for the newbies, let's just take a little reset. Here we go. Now we're actually seeing this implemented. We're going to actually put this into play. Now, you guys should have watched the tutorial on how to navigate this. If you don't, just follow along. We're going to do this together. To be able to pull up the same chart that I have, we're going to go to the top left, and we're going to type in CL1 exclamation point. We're all going to use the same chart so that we can mark it up the same way. Now go ahead and drop CL1 exclamation point in the chat. And give me a moment. I'm going to view the chat just to make sure everybody's following along. We're all good. You can use your phone. Using your phone totally works too. All right, here we go. CL1 exclamation point. Perfect. Now let me make sure and get a thumbs up or a yes from you guys that we can all see the same thing. Oh, you know what? We're going to move to a monthly time frame. Let's all make sure we're in the monthly time frame as well. So we all want to see the same exact thing. My charts are just purple. It's a little bit prettier. I just know how to change my charts up a little bit. Okay, so we're going to be moving into the monthly time frame here. To move to the monthly time frame, we're going to go up to the time frames at the top left and hit the 1 month. So now we have got 1 month of price action on crude oil. We are looking at the same thing. This right here is the dinosaur icon. This is telling us that we're looking at the very beginning. Okay. Now we're going to start with our top-down analysis. Here we go. Top-down analysis in real time together. So remember, when we're drawing our upward trend lines and we're drawing our downward trend lines, we want to make sure we're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. It actually has a downward or upward angle, but also the key point here is to make sure that price does not intersect. So we've got point A here and point B here. I'm going to change the color to red. We got our first trend line. Amazing. We can't come in any steeper because if we did, this price would have poked through. So we are dragging that point B to the most recent touch point. All right, let's keep going. Now we want to draw our upward trend line. Upward trend line. Point A, lowest point we see on the screen here. Point B, we're just going to try to capture as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. I do not, for the experienced traders, I do not use the magnet tool. I just simply draw my lines manually. Alexandria says, my chart looks different. Alexandria, the only difference might be the fact that you have this turned on. There's going to be a little button down here called B/ADJ. I think it means bid adjustment. We're going to select that and make sure it's on. Now, does that change things? Let's make sure that everyone's chart looks the same now and that everyone has the bid adjustment on. I believe that should have fixed that issue. Let's see. Natalie says it did fix it. Okay, perfect. Amazing. Now, any nuances that we haven't gone over yet, like bid adjustment or any tool, any term that I haven't gone over, ChatGPT is going to be your best friend. We don't have the time to go over it today. Just like I had mentioned, we've only got 2 days together. It's not going to be able to give you the 10 years of habits or the 10 years of information or the year's worth of habits and information. So ChatGPT, for any additional questions that you guys have, just start making a list. What does bid adjustment mean? But we're going over the bare bones, bare basics so that I can utilize as much as your time today and my time today. So we've got our downward trend line and we've got our upward trend line. I'm going to just simply change the color of this because I like to have my lines color coded. All right, so just 2 lines. That's it. We got 2 lines on the chart, a downward and an upward. But now remember, this is a top-down analysis. So we are working from the top, moving down. We are in the monthly time frame. We're going to now move down. We started in the monthly. Let's move to the weekly. Now, there's going to be instances where when you zoom in, you come in a little bit closer. Things look a little bit wonky. We just need to make some slight adjustments to make sure that it's on the correct spot. Okay, this needs to be slightly adjusted here, and this needs to be slightly adjusted here. We're just getting a little bit more precise as we come in closer and closer. Now, one of the coolest parts is when we moved from the monthly to the weekly, there wasn't much of a change here as far as our downward lines and our upward lines go. So we can actually continue to do our top-down analysis without having to do much additional line work here. So give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. We're moving from the weekly to the daily time frame. Weekly time frame, daily time frame. Now the charts look different. Now we can start drawing some more lines here. All we did so far, we went from the monthly to the weekly. Now we're in the daily. Okay, amazing. Here we go. And mods, just remember, keep an eye out. All right, we've got our upward trend line. As we zoom in a little bit closer, we just got to make some slight modifications. Now, we are in the daily time frame. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to draw a downward trend line. Now, remember that rule. I told you guys to remember the rule here. Our lines have to connect, and they cannot intersect. So all of the lines that we draw from higher time frames down to lower time frames have to connect. They're always going to connect to the previous point B. This right here was a point B on the last line. Now, when we're drawing a new line, it starts at the point B of the last line. Same rule here. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. Now I'm going to make this one red. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, you guys are doing great. Now we need another upward trend line. We are going to select the ray tool. Remember, previous point B, or the previous touch point, the most recent touch point that's on the last trend line, is going to be the new touch point on the new trend line. Here we go. Point A, point B. Now we're going to change the color. Okay, we're doing amazing. You guys are doing good. This is it. So far, this is our top-down analysis. Zachary's looking lost. Yasmin's looking lost. So remember, we're at the monthly time frame. We started in monthly. You can zoom in. You can zoom out. Making sure you typed in the same symbol, CL1 exclamation point. Making sure that you've selected this button right here, bid adjustment. And we're continuing to move down lower and lower. Monthly, then weekly and daily. Now daily to 4 hour. We're going to 4 hour next. Now we're in the 4 hour time frame. Remember, as you zoom in closer, our lines will look a little bit off because we're starting to get more and more precise. So we'll need to adjust them slightly. Slightly adjust that one, and this one looks perfect. Now we need to come in with some steeper trend lines. Remember, you can use that zoom in, zoom out button to help you view the price a little bit better. You can drag to scoot the price over. Now we're coming in with a steeper downward trend line. We're just going to continue to do this. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat until we make it to our designated time frame. All right, remember that rule. All the trend lines have to touch, all the trend lines, fart my brain. Come on, brain. Each trend line has to connect to one another. Higher time frame trend line here. This is its most recent touch point. This will be our newest touch point for our new trend line. Here we go. All right. We have created our point A and our point B. Trying to capture as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. And I'm just going to change the color really quick to red. There we go. We've got our downward trend lines and we've got our upward. This is as far as we can go in the 4 hour. Let's continue to move down even lower. So we've done monthly, We've done weekly. We've done daily. Let's do 4 hour. Now we're going to move to 1 hour time frame. Now we need to make some slight adjustments again because it's a little bit off. Here we go. There we go. Now we can come in with a steeper upward trend line here. We're going to come in with another upward trend line. Previous touch point is going to be the new start of our new line. Here we go. Capturing as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. We are actively doing a top-down analysis right now. This is our top-down analysis so far. We have made it to the 1 hour time frame. Started in the monthly, moved to the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, now the 1 hour. We're going to continue to move down lower and lower and lower until we make it to the 5-minute chart. This is where we're going to stop, the 5-minute time frame. We're going from 1 hour to 30 minute. Here we go. We're doing it, guys. We need to slightly adjust this one. 30-minute time frame. Amazing. Now we're going to continue even lower. 30-minute to the 5-minute. This is where we see the most amount of information. We get to see so much information here. So much noise. I need to fix this line a little bit. I got to find that point B. Where'd it go? Sometimes you'd be losing those point Bs. Okay, also rule of thumb, when you drag your point B, it is always best to drag it to the most recent touch point so that you don't lose it. When you're doing the top-down analysis and you leave these points, like let's say that I left this one down here, when I come into the 5-minute time frame, I won't be able to go back and find where that pivot point is. So just being able to have that pivot point readily available is super helpful. Just a little trading view tip, especially when you're on the mobile device. Now, for this line here, as we're coming in closer and getting a little bit more precise, I can see that if I go any farther, if I move the price down, if I move the line down any further to try and capture this touch point right here, you can see this is poking through. I know it's not much and it's ever so slight, but if we're just following the rules to an absolute T, we're going to take this touch point, move it to this last high, and then just simply draw one more coming down, one more coming in. Someone had a question about the magnet tool. I do not use the magnet tool. No. All right, here we go. I'm going to make this red again. Now remember, we're in the 5-minute time frame and we're doing our top-down analysis. We started in the monthly and we're going to continue down. We are including wicks for the experienced traders. We are including wicks and we have made it down to the 5-minute time frame. Now we're just going to use that zoom in button to help us see price a little bit clearer. Remember, we're going to have to make some modifications here because as we zoom in closer, we're looking at more price action and we're getting a little bit more precise. So we'll just have to make some slight adjustments to these lines as we continue. Now we're going to stay in the 5-minute time frame. So for those of you guys that are working on catching up, continue to do so. We're going to stop in the 5-minute time frame, and then this is where we're placing our trade together. Now, first, I have to make sure that most of you guys can place a paper trade in crude oil. If you cannot, we're going to do another example with another instrument. So it's going to be fine either way. Some of you guys will have access on TradingView to be able to paper trade crude oil. If you don't, we'll look at another instrument and do another example of a top-down analysis. But right now, you can see that price is pretty far away from all of our lines. If we had to wait, remember, we've got a very clear system and a very clear structure and a very clear setup. We have to wait for price to break one of our lines in order for us to signify an entry or to take action. Right now, price is not anywhere near either one of these lines. So that's just a good rule of thumb or a good indication that we need to come in steeper with some lines. We need to track more price action. So I'm going to get this trend line here. I'm going to connect it to my previous trend line and continue to move closer and closer. There we go. Price is very close to breaking this downward trend line. Price is right at it. It'd be awesome if we could get this break actually. Now we're going to come in with another upward trend line. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful price action here. Okay, we have all of our upward lines. We have all of our downward lines. Now is the moment where we have to be patient. We have to be patient and wait for our setup. Now let's see if we do get a setup here. Let's see if we do get a break. If we do, we're going to place our first trade together. Let's see. Now this is where we have to wait. We got to be patient. We have to allow the king to make his decision. He's either going to break this downward trend line and continue to move up and respect this upward trend line, or it's going to respect the downward trend line and break our up. We're just, regardless of what direction it takes, we are simply going to just follow the price. We're not trying to predict which line it's going to follow along. We are simply just waiting for the price. So let's see if we get this break. Ooh. Let's see. Now, while we're waiting, let's make sure that we have our paper trading section. Oh, paper trading section pulled up. Give me a moment. I just accidentally. Oh, okay, we're good. Now, to be able to view the paper trading chart, give me just a moment. I changed the dimensions of my screen. Come on here. There we go. Make sure that we have the trading panel selected at the bottom. So make sure you go to the bottom of your page here on TradingView. We want to make sure that we are signed in to the paper trading section of TradingView. This is where we're going to be sim trading. This is fake money, paper money, not real. Fake, fake, fake. Make sure that we hit connect here. And if you want to go and do some customizations to your paper trading account, remember I said ChatGPT or the TradingView help channel is going to be very beneficial. But so far, with the limited time that I have with you guys today, this is everything we go over now is all you need to know to place your first trade. To be able to change your account size and go in and customize that is going to be different. But right now, oh, okay, we got our break. All right, we got our break of this downward trend line. Which one is now considered an action and which one is considered a safety? Based on this view right here. Which one is action? Which one is safety? I don't see any answers yet. Okay, there we go. There we go. We've got our red line is the action line and our green line is the safety line. Correct. Good job. Okay, amazing. So we've got price moving up. It is breaking through this downward trend line. This is telling us to take action, to place a trade. This is where we can place our first paper trade. The price is telling us we've seen it done enough times today on all of the examples, on all of the different setups that we've gone over earlier today. This is indicating an entry because our action line has now been broken, or our downward trend line has now been called an action line. Now, how do we get into this trade? How do we take a trade? So we're going to go to the trade section right here. Very straightforward. Trade. This is what we want to do. We want to place a trade. We're going to hit trade. Now we've got our trading panel up here at the top. Now, some of you guys might hit a wall. Some of you guys might not be able to place a fake trade in the futures market. So we're going to go through this together. Maybe you'll be able to see it. Maybe you won't. But for those of you guys that do have access, we'll do this together and then I'll run through another example and we'll place another trade on another instrument. But so far, make sure that you're followed along. So right now, 5-minute time frame, crude oil, price is breaking a downward trend line. We're logged into the paper trading section and we are selecting trade. Now is the time where we can enter our position. Now there's a few things we need to modify before we hit this beautiful big blue buy button. One, we need to make sure we have selected market. There is a market order. That means get me in right now, where the price is trading at right now. I want to participate right now. This is market. Now the units, think of this like shares, contracts, lots. This is just how many units do you want? We're going to just select one. for now, just to rip this trade off like a Band-Aid. And those are the only two modifications that we need to make to get us in. If you guys are not seeing what I'm seeing, just sit tight. We're going to do another instrument that may have real-time data. So remember, I had mentioned some of you guys may not have access to being able to view or trade crude oil. Some of you guys might be seeing some delayed information. You guys might be 10 minutes delayed where I'm getting to see real-time price action. But we'll move to another instrument we'll try to do the stock market next so that you guys can see this implemented in real time. So we're selecting buy. This will get you into your position right here, right now. You're in. It's official. It's real. Now, how many newbie traders are able to see this position? We're going to go over stop loss, and we're going to go over candle closure, and we're going to go over trade management. But right now, how many newbies was able to actually hit the trade button? Now, I'm curious to see if some of you guys don't have access to trading crude oil, if you maybe have delayed information. Right now, I need to know how many of the newbie traders were actually able to place that trade. Okay, so we've got, Manuel can do it. All right, there we go. Bella can do it. Let me see. Okay, Lisa could do it. Amazing. Maria said it's just delayed. Okay, that's okay. We can work with that. Lou, let me see, Lou. Lou, I remember you, but I can't see your comment anymore. Okay, let's see. Okay, Mark can do it. Amazing. So we've only got a few traders that are seeing delayed data. That's okay. We can work with that. We're going to go over another example just to make sure that you guys can see it done in real time. Now, let's go over the elephant in the room. This is a stop loss. Let's go over the stop loss. Let's go over, if the king decides to change his mind, how much money am I willing to lose? Now, right now, this fake account, this paper trading account, has a balance of $100,000 in it. Now, if you guys weren't able to keep up for the newbie traders and don't feel like you're going to miss out, I didn't get to place my first trade. We're going to go over another example in another market. So just stay tuned, bear with me. Just kind of let's walk through the trade management of this specific trade here. So this paper trading account, now you guys can modify this, has a balance of $100,000. If we go over the high risk or low risk situation, we have to identify if the price decides to change direction and go the opposite way. What is our fee? How much are we willing to lose? Now, to be able to set that fee, to set that stop loss, you'll see a TP, which is take profit. We're not going to need that. But stop loss is what we do need. This is our stop loss here to the right, SL. Now, remember at the very beginning when we went over strategy today, I mentioned that we're going to go over what a stop loss is, but we're also going to identify where to place this. The stop loss, if you select and drag, you can drag this stop loss and it's going to show you how much dollar amounts you're going to lose if the price gets here. So if you look to the right-hand side, it says $90. If we drag it a little bit farther, it says $110. So remember, depending on your account size will be, is this a fee or am I abiding by my 1% to 2% rule? Now, obviously, with my $100,000 account, this $100 loss is absolutely a fee. If anything, I should be trading with more contracts to abide by that 1% to 2% rule. But if the king changes his mind and this trade does not work out, we're going to drag this stop loss on the other side of the action line. Other side of the safety line. So we're going to drag and let go. This has officially solidified my stop loss. If the price turns around and breaks my safety line, I am losing $100. Now let's do it again together. So you've got your trade open. Right now we're losing $40. We see a TP. We see a SL. Select and drag that stop loss to the other side. Remember, this is our safety line. You guys see my mouse. This is our safety line, this upward trend line. We never want to put the stop loss on the safety line because we anticipate that it's going to respect the safety line, that it's going to come down and then bounce off. So we're going to take this stop loss and drag it to the other side, make sure it's on the other side of the safety line. So we have selected and let go. Now, if worst case scenario, remember we had went over the kitchen fire. If, the Uber driver is going the wrong way, we've got a fire extinguisher right here. If the price snaps down, if our computer crashes, we have a fail safe. We're going to lose $100 if the price comes down. This is our fee here. Now let's work with trade management. Let's work on our trade management here. If price respects our safety line, and let me just give us a bigger view here, so give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. Now our safety line. The upward trend line is the line that keeps us safe. And let me explain why. I'm going to go over and use, where's the path tool? Oh, here we go. Okay, if the price of crude oil comes up a little bit, amazing, we're making money. Oh, okay, if it pulls back, as long as the price of crude oil can move along and respect our safety line, this upward trend line, we will be making money. If it comes up to here, we're up $40. If it comes up to here, we're up $90. If it comes up to here, we're up 120. Up to here, 150. Here and here and here. As long as it respects this upward trend line, we're safe. That's why it's called a safety line. Now, as soon as it breaks the safety line, that indicates our exit. That means we close our trade. So we know when to get in, action line, and now we know when to get out. So I want to see this entire trade play out so that we know when to get in and when to get out. Now, if for the newbies, if you guys weren't able to place a trade, that's okay. We're going to go over another example. Whoops, I don't mean to do that. So we've got our stop loss in place. We've got our safety line. And now we're just currently monitoring price action. We're going to see what the price of crude oil does in this trade. Let's see if we can get a break, if we're taking a loss, if we're doing break even. Also, this is a 5-minute time frame, so we got to kind of sit for a few minutes. But this is what it looks like. This is a 5-minute time frame traders every day. This is a normal day in the life of a 5-minute trend line breakout trader in the 5-minute time frame that trades crude oil. And all we did was draw our lines. We did a top-down analysis. We marked up our charts. And then we simply just waited for price to break one of these lines. Any questions that you guys have that we weren't able to go over, like bid adjustment and what is the CL1 exclamation point symbol? What is the margin? ChatGPT is going to be your best friend. Since this is all the time we have to go over today is just simply, how do we get into this trade? How do we actually see this being implemented in real time? Now, the coolest part is this is where we can see that price ebbs and flows. It moves. It's not just bar after bar after bar, enter favor. We've got to allow price to kind of ebb and flow, to move up, to move down. Ooh, amazing. Okay. Now, also, I will say that I know we are, give me just a moment to see where we're at on time. We are 4 hours in today. So I am going to save my Q&As for tomorrow. I still want to continue to work on this trade management for you guys, but for the vet traders that were hanging on for Q&As, I could see most of you guys are getting a little tired, which I get it. 4 hours in, you have retained a lot of information. So we'll get into the Q&As a little bit earlier tomorrow. We won't have as much information to go over as far as strategy and system goes, and I hope I don't lose my voice after today. Yes, Q&A. We'll save it for tomorrow. I think that was a good choice. I can tell everybody's getting tired. So I just want to make sure we walked through this trade management together. Entered a trade. Now let's see how it plays out. We did our chart markups together. We did our top-down analysis together. We were able to identify an entry together. We were able to identify if this was high risk or low risk together. Now let's just wait to see when to identify our exit together. Profit, come on. This is what we have to wait on. Still waiting. Still waiting. This is how you know you're trading right, when it's boring as all get out. You definitely want to, if you're setting that stop loss, make sure you hit confirm once you've placed it. I like boring, Cameron says. Now we are trading the futures market, so it is open. Futures market is open. The futures market trades 23 hours out of the day, takes a 1 hour break each day. Oh, which might be soon. No, I think we still got 1 more hour until it takes a break. I'm in Central Time right now, but it takes a 1 hour break. It is closed on the weekends. The trading hours are a little bit different from the stock market. The stock market will close every day and then open during New York session. It's closed on the weekends. This is paper trading, guys. This is sim. Just remember, this is fake money. This is not real. I am doing an exercise with everyone joining the Trader in 3 Days Challenge to place their very first trade. So we did our top-down analysis. We identified an entry, and we placed a buy order. Now, some of you guys are seeing delayed data, which means that you are seeing what the price is doing 10 minutes ago. I get to see real-time price action. It's just purely based on the level of trading view that you selected. You can do free, you can do basic, you can do pro. If you do the free version of trading view, you'll get to see real-time price action. I mean, not real-time. You'll get to see real price action, but it will just be delayed 10 minutes. Well, what's cool is I guess you guys get to see what it's doing in the future. So if you're seeing delayed data, I'm seeing a lot of questions that have been answered already today. Let's see. Yeah, definitely need to go eat. I know we're 4 hours in. I just want to make sure I held my end of the bargain to make sure that all of the newbie traders were able to see a trade executed in real time, and we did this together. I'm just excited to see how this one ends. Somebody says I can go all night. We did not get to touch on horizontal lines today. After all that. Can you do a quick highlight? I don't know if I have the energy, guys. I love you to death, but I know you guys are just as tired as I am. Oh, did I not click my stop loss? Is it literally just... Where's my confirm? It looks confirmed. Thank you guys. Dude, my brain is absolutely fried and toast. Absolutely fried and toast. Toast and fried, fried and toast. And actually, both of those sound delicious right now. Toast and fries. 5 minutes of eternity, says James. Dude, we had a killer day today. We had an absolutely killer day. You guys did amazing. Good job, everybody. Amazing. I hope I blew your mind and you guys absolutely blew mine. I can't believe you guys did it. You stuck it all the way through to the end. Congratulations. We don't have a giveaway yet, but the fact that you've made it here, you absolutely qualify. We've got 3 days of the event. So tomorrow is the last day. You guys did absolutely amazing. All right, right now we are at break even. We're sitting at $0. $0. We got $10. Beautiful. We'll give this just a few more minutes and then I will show you guys how to close your trade as well. Since I know you guys are, I know y'all are tired, and don't tell me you're not because I know you are. I definitely need a break. We're going to pick it back up tomorrow. But yeah, 4 hours is crazy. 4 hours and 11 minutes, insane. But I could not end today's stream without holding my end of the bargain and walking you guys through a trade. Walking you guys through an entry. I'm going to have to walk you guys through a manual exit because we don't have the time to sit here and wait for a price to do nothing. Also, the time of day is not great either, but I can't believe we did it. This is it. Oh, someone's in Hawaii, dude. Yeah, you guys got great. You got a great time. You're just now getting up. Remember, giveaways, you're only qualified for giveaways if you attend all 3 days. So nothing will be given away today. That will be tomorrow. I know. We still have 9,000 people here waiting to see this trade play out. But you know what? I think I'm going to give you guys some homework. For the newbie traders, here is your homework. Continue to see how this trade plays out. Remember, we are using our safety line to keep us safe. And all we're doing is just identifying when price breaks, identifying the risk. Is this high risk? Is this low risk? Don't judge me on our session now or my ability to articulate anything at this moment because my brain is fried. A 4-hour day was a rough and tough one. But, dude, you guys made me so proud. You guys made me so proud. The fact that this many of you guys stuck it out, this many of you guys showed up, you retained the information, all of your answers were correct. You guys were catching on. You guys were following along. This is it. So now this is just the system that we repeat every single day over and over and over again. This is it. So you guys did amazing. I think I'm going to go ahead and hop us off. You guys did great. We did it. We entered our trade together. We're going to go ahead and close it out together too. Now, I am curious. I'll check back in with you guys tomorrow and see how this played out and see if this trade did work. But I'll go ahead and close this out at a solid whopping $0. We're at 0. We'll give it a few more seconds. This countdown right here shows 40 seconds until this candle closes, until it's done. But thank you guys so much. You did amazing today. I'm so absolutely proud of all of you guys. This is it. This is the system. 24-hour Tory stream, not possible. But I appreciate all of you guys. This was amazing. You guys did good. Now, for the newbies, if you are curious, on closing a trade. How do we get out? TradingView has made it incredibly easy to where there is a simple X button. If you hit the X, your position is closed. It wants to make sure that you're sure. Are you sure? We're all sure. We've closed our position here. It's over. We had our entry, and our break was not because of anything. This was purely just it's 3:15. We've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes, so we may need to close. But now just understanding, we know when to get in, we know when to get out. Price continues to move along our safety line. Boom. We close our position when price breaks. Let's say that you guys come back tomorrow and you want to trade. I'm just going to do a super last quick example here. Let's say that price comes down, it comes up, it comes down. And let's say we're looking at something like, let's say the price, we're moving and grooving. Here we go. Price is somewhere here. And you want to continue to practice this strategy. You want to continue to get the reps in. You want to continue to practice. We're going to, anytime before we place a trade, remember that the price cannot yet intersect because the price has to tell us which one is going to become an action and which one is going to become a safety. So when we're doing our top-down analysis and we're doing our charting here, we're going to make sure that we adjust our line. We got a point A, we got a point B. Okay, if price was to do something like this and you wanted to come back and get into another trade, we do our top-down analysis. We make sure that our lines are in the correct spot. Our downward trend line hasn't been intersected. It's angling downward. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. And then for the upward trend line, same come on, words. It's our last leg. We can land the plane. For upward trend line, same scenario. We're making sure that we have an upward trend line. Price hasn't intersected, and we're capturing as many touch points as possible. This is where we wait for price to break. So our lines are set. Now, if you come back in a few hours, you come back tomorrow, you draw your lines, and then you wait. If it breaks here, you guys know we've got a break, we've got an entry, we've got an action, we got a safety. If price breaks this way, same scenario. You guys know we have a break, we have an entry, this is our action line, this is our safety line. So you guys can identify an entry. You'll be able to identify if this is high risk or low risk, depending on your account size. So everything that you've learned today, I just want you guys to get the reps in now and continue to do it over and over again. You guys have been able to do it yourself. Now we've seen it done together, holding your hand, entry and exit. If price breaks right here, we go to our trade section. Boom. We know how to place our trade. We know how to shift from limit to market. We know how to get into our trade. We know how to set our stop loss on the other side of the safety line. And that is it. We've done it, everybody. We did it. It's official. We're done with day 2. You guys stuck in there. You hung on. I'm so proud of every single one of you guys. For the vet traders that want to see their trading stats broken down by a 8-figure verified trader, owner of TradeZella, Umar Ashraf, be sure to join the community, thetorytrades.com with a Z. Make sure that you're in the community and you've submitted your trading stats and your information so that we can break it down together live for you guys tomorrow. Also, remember to join any of the giveaways. You need to be present for every single one of the days. If you want to be eligible to win the one of $5,000 50K evaluations, if you want to win any of the $2,000 worth of TradeZella account giveaways, you guys have to attend all 3 days. We've got our last day tomorrow, the Trader in 3-Day Challenge. You are so close to officially calling yourself a trader now. You guys have technically placed your first trade. I think that would consider the title of trader. So congratulations, guys. You did amazing. I will see you guys all tomorrow, the same exact time. Same time as both of our other days. Let's get it. We got one more day. You guys are killing it. Super excited. Bye, guys. Thank you.